As dawn broke on October 13th, 1492, 3 small Spanish ships dropped anchor off the coast of a tiny island in what would later be known as the Caribbean Sea. Watched from the trees by the timid inhabitants, a party of men began to row ashore. They were the first Europeans the natives had ever seen. Christopher Columbus was about to discover a new world, and within a few short years, turn a paradise into a hell. The closing years of the 15th century were a time of great change and awakening for Europe. In a continent for years riven by internal division and conflict, a new spirit of inquiry was abroad. This period became known to future generations as the Renaissance. And nowhere was it stronger than in the field of exploration. An expanding Europe was desperate to break its bonds and spread its influence into the world beyond. European governments and merchants began to give increasing attention to the possibility of finding a new route to the riches of India and Cathay, which we call China. Land routes to the east had been established many years earlier, but overland trade was a slow and risky business, now made more expensive and uncertain by the presence across the trade routes of new Muslim kingdoms. It was in these circumstances that some Western nations began to consider a new possibility. Could they reach the riches of the East by sea?
In the 15th century, almost everyone believed that the world was a sphere. In 1492, in Nuremberg, a German cartographer called Martin Behaim made a globe, and that globe represents, as near as possible, the 15th century perception of the world as the Middle Ages knew it. Now, the 15th century knew there are islands in the Atlantic. There are, in fact, a lot of islands in the Atlantic, but what they didn't know is that they'd already discovered them all. The Cape Verdes, the Azores, and the Canaries. There were no other islands in the Atlantic. But Martin Behaim's globe shows an Atlantic Ocean with one large island in it, and that is Japan. It shows a world, it's the last representation of the world as the Middle Ages knew it, with one ocean on the left-hand side of the ocean section. You can see Cathay, China, and on the right-hand side you can see Europe. It's the last representation of a world without America in it.
It was into this restless and rapidly changing world that Christopher Columbus was born. Very little is known with certainty about his early years, and even the spelling of his name varies widely. He used the form Colon as his surname, but it is by the Latin version that Columbus is known to history. Christopher was born in Genoa, on the shores of the Mediterranean, in about the year 1451, the eldest son of a wool weaver. From about the age of 14, Columbus had chosen the life of a seaman, voyaging widely in the Mediterranean. Throughout his life, Columbus customarily clothed his thoughts and plans in a cloak of secrecy. So, even today, we cannot be sure what he expected to find when he sailed westwards. He may have been drawn by hopes of discovering the fabled islands and lands of legend, just as much as finding a new seaward route to China and the Indies. Certainly, using a wide variety of sources, ancient writings on travel and cosmology, biblical references, and travelers' tales of unknown islands, and even of strange plants and bodies which had been washed up on the shores of the Azores, he developed a detailed theory of what he thought lay to the west.
The
thing to remember about Columbus was that he wasn't actually an original thinker. He was aware of, and he used the theories of the day, theories that were current in his time, and he developed and elaborated these through his personal experience, both as a mariner and a trader in the Mediterranean, and more especially in the Atlantic, which was known as the Ocean Sea in those days. Now, Columbus didn't just pick up the theories that were lying around, he did his own work. Now, he was aware of calculations of the size of the Atlantic. For instance, those of Toscanelli, who had calculated the Atlantic at being something like 5,000 nautical miles. He did his own calculations and arrived at a figure which was rather less than that. As it turned out, Columbus was rather more accurate in his estimate than people like Toscanelli and the other cosmographers who were working on the same sorts of problems.
In theory, it was always possible to sail to the east using the western route across the ocean. The big question was, how wide was the ocean? Was this theory something which could be achieved in practice? And it's that question that Columbus spent many years, 10 years or so, trying to answer in his preparations for the 1492 voyage.
But it was one thing for Columbus to develop his theory. Finding the means to prove it was quite another matter. He needed ships, men, and money, and the only way to obtain these was with the aid of a wealthy patron. In 1484, Columbus took his proposal for a western voyage to King John I of Portugal, but met with a cool reception. The Portuguese king regarded Columbus as a big talker and boastful, and he and his experts, heavily involved in Portugal's explorations of the African coast route to the east, gave the Genoan little credit. In the years following, Columbus was vainly to seek backing from France and England, but his hopes increasingly rested with Spain and its joint monarchs Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. He first had audience with the Spanish rulers in 1486, and Isabella, at least, widely regarded as one of the most able rulers of the period, seemed to be interested in Columbus's schemes. A commission was appointed to consider them. But the time was not yet ripe for action. Spanish energies were currently devoted to the war to expel the Moors from their last foothold in Spain. And until this was achieved, there was no time or energy to devote to fantastic schemes for exploration. The next 6 years were among the most frustrating of Columbus's life. Whilst he dragged his heels, the commission deliberated and finally delivered their verdict. Columbus's plan, the experts said, rested upon weak foundations and seemed uncertain and impossible to any educated person. The only glimmer of hope came from Isabella, who told Columbus to apply to her again once the war against the Moors was over. Negotiations were resumed late in 1491, and almost foundered over Columbus's high demands. He required the title of Admiral of the Ocean, and, more seriously, to be made viceroy of any new lands that were discovered, and 10% of the proceeds of any trade with them. His proposals were almost rejected again, until the keeper of Ferdinand's purse pointed out that the voyage would cost less than 1 week's expenditure on the upkeep of the royal court. The popular legend that Queen Isabella pawned her jewels to finance the expedition is untrue. The next step was for Columbus to find ships for his voyage and the crews to man them. He established his base at the little port of Palos, not far from Cadiz. Here, experienced sailors were plentiful. Again, contrary to legend, Columbus does not seem to have experienced any great difficulty in recruiting men. Very few of his crew were the convicts of popular myth. There were plenty of good, capable seamen with a taste for adventure and gold, and Columbus had the support of several local ship-owning families, notably the Pinzon brothers, Martin and Vicente, who were to be two of his captains. In all, Columbus recruited about 90 men. As well as sailors, the expedition included several specialists. Luis de Torres, whose knowledge of Arabic was expected to prove useful, Rodrigo del Escobado, who was to keep the official record of the voyage, and a royal official, Rodrigo Sanchez, who was to make sure that the Spanish crown received its fair share of any profits. Columbus was also given official letters of introduction to the great Khan of China and any other foreign potentates whom he might encounter. Interestingly, though armed for self-defense, the contingent did not include any soldiers. The expedition consisted of 3 ships. Most famous was Columbus's flagship, variously called La Gallega, after Galicia, its place of origin, or more usually the Santa Maria, though to her crew she was apparently known as the Dirty Mary. Santa Maria was a 3-masted square rigger of around 100 tons. Columbus's other 2 vessels were smaller. The Nina, of some 60 tons and 70 foot in length, captained by Vicente Pinzon, and the Pinta, slightly larger under his brother Martin. Though originally caravels, one was converted into a square rigger soon after the voyage began.
The 2 ships provided by the Crown came as a result of the town of Palos having committed a misdemeanor, and they were punished by having to provide these 2 ships and the crews. The 3rd ship, the flagship, the Santa Maria, was provided by private investment. As it turned out, the 2 ships from Palos were much more suitable for this voyage because they were caravels. They were the newer sort of ship available in Mediterranean waters, but a kind of ship which was quite well suited for transatlantic crossing. It was fast and it was maneuverable, and Columbus subsequently complained bitterly that his flagship, the Santa Maria, was useless in the Caribbean because he couldn't maneuver it as effectively as he could the other 2 ships.
Early on August 3rd, 1492, Columbus's ships weighed anchor and stood out to sea. The great adventure had begun. Columbus headed south for the Canary Islands and took advantage of the prevailing easterly winds in that quarter to guide him across the great ocean. Another factor was that, according to Columbus's calculations, Quinsay lay in the same latitude as the Canaries. Simply heading more or less on a straight course was bound to bring him to its shores. Pausing to take fresh water and extra provisions on board, Columbus headed west again from the Canaries on September 6th. He met with mainly favorable winds, and the little flotilla made rapid progress into the unknown. Probably because he feared discontent amongst his men, and also perhaps because of his passion for secrecy, Columbus kept 2 records of his daily progress. One, which he kept to himself, recorded what Columbus believed to be the actual distance which he had covered. The other, for the consumption of his crew, suggested a faster rate of progress, which, in fact, seems to have been the more accurate. During the first 10 days of their voyage, Columbus and his ships made a total of some 1,160 miles, flying before the steady easterly trade winds. These were, for Columbus, the happiest days of the voyage. "What a delight were the savor of the mornings," he wrote, "like April in Andalusia. The only thing wanting was to hear the nightingale." By about September 19th, both the Admiral of the Ocean and his men were beginning to grow anxious. Soundings showed no sign of the ocean bottom. According to popular myth, there then came a cry of "Land!" from a lookout, and the excited Columbus ordered his men to share in a hymn of thanksgiving, and ordered course to be set towards the apparent island. It is possible that all that had been sighted was a bank of cloud, and morale dropped further when a period of slight winds and slow progress set in. Then, on October 7th, drooping spirits were revived. Great flocks of birds, which we now know to have been part of the annual autumn migration from North America to the West Indies, were sighted heading southwest, and Columbus ordered course to be altered to follow them. But it seems clear that there was still discontent among some of the men about where exactly Columbus was leading them. This almost certainly never reached the point of mutiny, which has been suggested by some writers. But Columbus and his commanders evidently agreed to turn back if no land was sighted in the next 3 or 4 days. However, as the hours went by, sightings of floating branches, some with leaves on them, made it obvious that land could not be far away. All through the night of October 11th, the little fleet pressed on before a stiff breeze. Lookouts, eager to earn the royal reward of a comfortable sum of money and a silk doublet for the first man to sight land, strained at the masthead. At about 10 p.m. on the night of October 11th, both Columbus and a lookout claimed to see a light like a little wax candle rising and falling. This was almost certainly an illusion caused by the strain of prolonged watching, though this did not prevent Columbus from later appropriating the reward for himself. Then, at about 2 a.m. on the morning of October 12th, Rodrigo de Triana, lookout on the Pinta, spotted what would have looked like a white cliff in the moonlight. This time there was no mistake. At daylight, Columbus began to close in on the small island, which was now clearly visible. The long voyage was over, and the course of world history was about to change forever. There is still dispute about the island on which Columbus had made his landfall. At least 12 alternative sites have been suggested. At about noon on October 12th, Columbus's men became the first Spaniards to set foot on the soil of the New World. Watched cautiously by a few natives, Columbus and his men set up the standards of Castile and of the expedition, and, all having rendered thanks to our Lord kneeling on the ground, embracing it with tears of joy for the immeasurable mercy of having reached it, the admiral rose and gave the island the name of San Salvador. It is unclear what land Columbus thought he had reached, but he saw no reason to suspect that the almost naked people who timidly came forward to meet him were not Chinese or Indian.
We actually know very little about the natives of the Caribbean islands at the time of Columbus, for 2 reasons. First of all, they had no written language and therefore left no written records of their own. And secondly, because their oral culture, their oral history, was destroyed along with the people by the Spaniards. Our knowledge of the indigenous population of the Caribbean comes solely from European accounts, from the accounts of Europeans who'd encountered them, most particularly the Spaniards. Of course, having to rely on such accounts means that we have a distorted picture of the natives and their culture. The most obvious distortion being, of course, the word Indian. This was given to them by Columbus in the belief that he'd made landfall off the Asian landmass. It was adopted by the Spaniards and then has come down to the rest of us through the Spaniards. So the term Indian is, of course, simply a reflection of the distortion of the accounts of the natives as they were encountered by those early settlers and explorers.
Columbus was apparently initially quite touched by the kindness and friendliness of the Taínos inhabitants of the island he called San Salvador, writing, "They invite you to share anything they possess, and show as much love as if their hearts went with it." But a darker side to his thinking quickly became apparent when Columbus added, "They ought to be good servants and of good intelligence. I believe that they would easily be made Christians, because it seemed to me that they had no religion. Our Lord pleasing, I will carry off 6 of them at my departure to your highnesses, in order that they may learn to speak." By sign language, the natives indicated that other islands lay to the west, and Columbus put to sea once more, kidnapping 6 inhabitants to act as guides. During the next few days, the expedition came across numerous other islands, discovering on them many exotic and new plants, fine trees and maize and sweet potatoes. But apart from the tantalizing evidence of the ornaments worn by the natives, there was no sign of what was increasingly becoming the Spaniards' chief desire: gold. Informed by the islanders of a larger island, which they called Colba, Columbus, perhaps believing this might be the mainland of China, resumed his voyage, and on October 28th anchored off the coast of Cuba. But again, his hopes were to meet with frustration. A party dispatched inland in search of evidence of Chinese or Japanese civilization returned empty-handed, apart from news of a strange practice which they had observed. They had met many people who were going to their village with a firebrand in the hand, and herbs to drink the smoke thereof. It was Europe's first experience of tobacco. Rumors of gold abounded. Columbus was told of an island called Babic, where the people gathered gold on the beach by candlelight. Possibly fired by these tales, Martin Pinzon and his Pinto slipped away alone on a private gold hunting expedition, leaving Columbus with the 2 other vessels to sail on. On December 8th, Columbus reached yet another island, and the admiral, seeing the grandeur and beauty of this island and its resemblance to the land of Spain, christened it La Isla Española, later to become Hispaniola. In an ominous moment for the island's unsuspecting Taínos inhabitants, who welcomed Columbus in the same fashion as the islanders elsewhere, the admiral noted the rich ornaments worn by a local chief, or cacique, and his entourage, and confided to his journal that the people were very cowardly, fit to be ordered about, and made to work, sew, and do anything else that may be needed. It is clear that Columbus's thoughts were turning from his proclaimed objective of seeking a route to the Indies to the possibilities of conquering and colonizing these newfound lands. On December 22nd, Columbus received a message from Guacanagari, a powerful cacique in what is now northwestern Hispaniola, inviting him to visit. And, especially attractive to Columbus, enclosing as a gift a richly ornamented belt with a gold buckle. This was a temptation impossible for Columbus to resist. But en route, disaster struck. Exhausted by all-night entertainment, the crew of the Santa Maria failed to keep watch on the night of Christmas Day. Just before midnight, the ship ran onto a reef and was wrecked. Though with the help of Guacanagri and his people, the crew and most of the contents of the Santa Maria were saved, Columbus was left only with the little Nina, much too small a vessel to carry all of his men back home to Spain. This gave him a pretext to do what may already have been in his mind, to establish a permanent settlement in the newly discovered islands. With increasing evidence that gold must be plentiful and close at hand, there were plenty of volunteers to man the new settlement. Using timber from the Santa Maria, a small fort, itself perhaps evidence of the Spaniards' true intentions toward the friendly people of the islands, was constructed on a sand spit on the northwestern coast of Hispaniola, and 39 men selected to garrison it. There is no doubt that Columbus was already considering the potential of Spain's new subjects as slaves. On January 4th, 1493, Columbus and the Nina set sail on the first stage of the long voyage home. 2 days later, they encountered the Pinta, and Pinzon's news was such as to cause Columbus to forgive his desertion. Penetrating into the interior of Hispaniola, Martin Pinzon and his men had found gold in abundance. After an ominous development, engaging in a brief skirmish with some Taínos at Samana Bay, Columbus set course for Spain. He carried with him about a dozen hapless Taínos captives to display to the Spanish monarchs. The voyage home was a perilous one. The two little ships encountered near hurricane conditions and came close to foundering. Indeed, Columbus lost sight of Pinzon and the Pinta and gave them up for lost. However, Nina at length came safely to anchor in the Azores on the 18th of February, 1493. But the explorer's troubles were not yet over. Contrary winds drove him into Lisbon instead of a Spanish harbor, and he could not be certain how he would be received by King John of Portugal when the latter realized that he had missed the chance of gaining for himself the new territories of the Indies. However, John rejected advice that he should imprison Columbus, contenting himself with the rueful comment, "Why did I let slip such a wonderful chance?" Allowed to resume his journey, Columbus dropped anchor at Palos at about noon on March 15th, after a voyage lasting 224 days. He was about to discover that the mortally sick Martin Pinzon had reached Spain shortly before him, but, perhaps fortunately for Columbus's reputation, had died before he could give his version of events to Ferdinand and Isabella. When, about April 20th, Columbus, with his cavalcade of natives, or those who had survived the voyage, in their full exotic attire and bearing strange gifts, including some gold, reached the court of Barcelona, he received a hero's welcome. Confirmed in all the titles and privileges which he had demanded, it was the Genoese sailor's finest hour.
It vindicated all he'd said about his voyage across the Atlantic. It vindicated the support he'd received in order to mount that voyage. And most of all, it vindicated or gave vindication to all the contractual arrangements he'd made with the Spanish monarchs. The direct result of that for him personally was that he was now Admiral of the Ocean Sea, and he was poised to become an extremely rich man if he could turn his discoveries in the New World into money.
In terms of his investors, it was an unmitigated disaster. Columbus had not found the great civilizations that he was hoping to make contact with across the ocean. He'd found some very beautiful islands, he'd found some natural resources, he'd found some gentle people, but he'd found nothing that was of any real interest to his investors. There are some significant omissions from his account of the first voyage, particularly the sinking of the Santa Maria, which was very embarrassing to him. To lose a ship of that size was considerable embarrassment. But what he did very successfully in the letters that he wrote in 1493 about the first voyage was to lay the basis for the funding of the second voyage.
Ferdinand and Isabella lost no time in authorizing Columbus to make a second voyage to the newly discovered lands, whatever they might actually be. This time there was to be a major expedition, and its object was clear: to establish a Spanish colony. A fleet of 17 ships carrying 1,200 men left Cadiz in September 1493. Significantly, they included both priests to convert the natives of the islands and soldiers to crush them. Discovering more islands, including Guadalupe and Puerto Rico en route, the expedition arrived at the post of Navidad to find that it had been burnt to the ground and its inhabitants slaughtered. In a foretaste of later events, Columbus's men had come into conflict with the Taínos over gold and the native women, and been massacred. There is no evidence that Columbus expressed particular regret or concern, though he did prevent vengeance being exacted on the loyal cacique, Guacanagari. Rather than rebuild the ill-fated settlement, Columbus chose to establish a new colony on the north side of Hispaniola. Named Isabella, it was badly sited and in an unhealthy spot. It would bring Columbus little but grief. Leaving the colonists to establish themselves, Columbus resumed his explorations. From now on, the darker side of his nature becomes steadily more apparent. The voyage was marked by continual clashes with the natives. Some, the Caribs, were accused of cannibalism by the Spaniards, but there is no evidence that this was true, and may have in part been used as an excuse to justify the increasing cruelty which the Spaniards displayed towards them. Columbus explored part of the coast of Cuba. Then, in an action difficult to understand, except as a sign of his desperation to prove to Ferdinand and Isabella that he had in fact reached the promised lands of Asia, the admiral forced his crew to swear an oath, on pain of having their tongues torn out if they broke it, that Cuba was in fact the long-sought continent. Returning in June 1494 to Isabella, Columbus found that life in his idyllic colony, left in the charge of his son, Diego, was already turning sour. Many of the colonists, disillusioned both with conditions and Columbus's leadership, had sent messages of complaint back to Spain. And poisoned by the Spaniards' lust for gold, the colonists were openly at war with the native people of Hispaniola. Attempts by the Taínos to resist were ruthlessly crushed by Columbus and his men, who made use of savage dogs and war horses, never before encountered by the natives. Columbus's formerly relatively moderate attitude towards them was rapidly changing. Disappointed in the amounts of gold which had so far been discovered, he proposed instead to sell the inhabitants as slaves. Some 1,500 were rounded up, and about a third of them shipped home to Spain. But the majority failed to survive the voyage, and because they felt that the trade would be too uneconomic to make a profit, and Spanish subjects should not be enslaved, Ferdinand and Isabella declined to authorize further shipments. The fate of the other captives was equally terrible. After allowing his men to take their pick of them, Columbus released the survivors to fend for themselves. It is said that the Taínos women fled in such terror that they abandoned their babies. Unable to meet the vast tribute in gold which the Spaniards demanded, and facing mutilation and execution for failure, the Taínos, or those of them who still survived, became fugitives in the mountains, where they were hunted down like wild beasts or starved. It was one of the darkest chapters in Spanish colonial history, known to other Europeans of the time as the Black Legend, which did much to engender hatred and fear of Spain throughout the 16th century. In the conquered islands, the work of devastation and genocide continued. until there were no natives left to destroy. In 1492, the population of Hispaniola had been estimated to have been in the millions. By 1550, cruelty, murder, and disease had reduced the Taínos to less than 500 survivors.
The impact of the Spanish on the natives of the Caribbean islands was absolutely catastrophic, and for two main reasons. The first was disease. The Spaniards brought with them infectious diseases such as smallpox and measles, for which the natives had no natural immunity. Now this devastated their population, and as a consequence undermined their reproductive base. In other words, there were fewer people of reproductive age and ability to maintain the population. The second was rather more political and rather more insidious. The initial consequence of Spanish settlement on the islands was enslavement for the Indians, and Columbus himself was implicated in this. He was the first person to take Indians back to Spain as slaves.
Columbus's return to Spain in March 1496 was a much less triumphant affair than that of 3 years previously. Despite his ingenious claims, it was apparent to most people that Columbus had not reached Cathay or the Indies. The lands he had discovered were not producing gold in the quantities which he had promised, and the inhabitants, or those who survived, were not proving willing converts to Christianity. It seems that Ferdinand and Isabella were becoming disillusioned with the whole business of new lands in the West, and only the wish to prevent foreign powers from reaping any benefits which there were to be had there caused the Spanish monarchs to give continued but increasingly reluctant backing to Christopher Columbus. In March 1498, he was given permission to undertake a third voyage, partly financed by the sale of some of the Taíno slaves he had brought back with him. In some ways, though this was not fully appreciated at the time, Columbus's third voyage of discovery was perhaps his most important. As well as discovering the island of Trinidad, Columbus became the first European to set foot on the continent of South America, when, on August 5th, 1498, he reached the coast of Venezuela. The landing was opposed this time not by natives, but by hordes of hostile monkeys. At first, Columbus did not realize that he had discovered a continent, assuming that he had landed on yet another island. But as he voyaged up the coast, he began to change his mind. What seems to have changed Columbus's mind was the sight of the vast estuary of the Orinoco River. Such a huge volume of fresh water, he felt, could only have been produced from a large landmass. But where and what this continent was remained unclear to the explorer. It might, of course, be Asia, but the evidence suggests that Columbus was by now beginning to come to the conclusion that he had indeed reached some completely uncharted land. He wrote to Ferdinand and Isabella, "Your Highnesses will gain these vast lands, which are an other world." Unfortunately, Columbus was now increasingly suffering from complications from the dysentery, which he had contracted in his previous voyage. These, it is now thought, were affecting his mental stability. And it was perhaps partly this that caused Columbus to engage in some flights of fancy which were extreme even for him. The new lands, he suggested, might contain great stores of gold, which is treasure, and with it, whoever has it may do what he wants in the world and may succeed in taking souls to paradise. And this latter task, Columbus suggested, might prove easier, because he hinted that his new discovery might even be the Garden of Eden. It is most unlikely that Spain's hard-headed rulers were impressed by their admiral's more fantastic theories. Indeed, they probably served to increase their doubts as to his reliability. These concerns would be strengthened still further by events when Columbus put in once more to the ill-starred colony of Isabella. Columbus found Hispaniola in a state of ferment and rebellion against his own and his son's authority. Unable to restore order, Columbus wrote to Spain asking for the assistance of a lettered official. This was probably the pretext which the Spanish government had been looking for, and they dispatched a nobleman, Francisco de Bobadilla, with judicial powers both to deal with the rebels and to investigate the grievances which they had laid against Columbus and his son. Columbus did nothing to help his own case by the arrogant fashion in which he received Bobadilla, and quickly found himself imprisoned and charged with concealing the gold of the island and wishing to make himself and other accomplices lords of the island and give it away to the Genoese. In fact, modern scholars incline to the view that Columbus was to some degree being used as a convenient scapegoat for the wider failings of Spanish colonial policy. But this did not prevent his being sent back to Spain in chains and in disgrace. The extent of Columbus's downfall has sometimes been exaggerated. Disgrace and imprisonment were an occupational hazard for the great in his day. And Ferdinand and Isabella retained sufficient gratitude for his past exploits to allow him to retain his title of Admiral of the Ocean, and at least some of the privileges which had been granted to him. But Columbus was stripped of all of his powers in the colonies. Eventually, in March 1502, he was given permission to undertake another voyage of exploration, on condition that he did not set foot on Hispaniola. So far as he made them clear, Columbus's aims in his final voyage were to explore further to the north of the other world, which he had discovered. He may have believed that he would find a strait leading at last to the long-sought route to Asia, but it is equally likely that he was just as much motivated by a lust for gold, which had now become a mania, a desire, as Columbus himself wrote, for gold without limit. Ironically, at one point during this last voyage, Columbus was to reach the Isthmus of Panama, only about a dozen miles from the site of the great Pacific Ocean, whose existence Columbus never suspected. But apart from this, the voyage was a sorry tale of ever-increasing cruelty to those men and beasts that he encountered, sickness, storms, and frustration. After being shipwrecked for a year in Jamaica, Columbus came back to Spain for the last time, in November 1504. Here, whatever dwindling hopes of a return to favor which Columbus still had, received a fatal blow with the news of the death of Queen Isabella. It had been she who had been his chief champion. An increasingly embittered man, Columbus vainly reminded the Spanish court that "Our Redeemer ordained my path thither. There in the Indies I have brought more lands under his dominion than there are in Africa or Europe, and more than 1,700 islands apart from Hispaniola, which comprises more than the whole of Spain." It was an exaggerated plea, born of frustration and increasing instability, and met with no response. Though far from living in the poverty of popular legend, Columbus spent his final years in fruitless pursuit of the awards and privileges which he claimed were rightfully his.
Well, history has been very ambivalent about Columbus for two reasons, I think. One is obviously connected with the fact that the discovery of Central and South America caused havoc on the native populations of those lands, the islands of the Caribbean and Central America. Columbus was, as far as we know, the first European to make contact with the American continent in the 15th century. If he hadn't done it, someone else would have done fairly soon. Europe was on the brink of that discovery. Columbus just happened to be the man who was in the right place at the right time.
Whether or not Columbus was the very first European to set foot on American soil, he is the first person to have explored the New World systematically and who kept records and who was able to repeat his voyages and tell other people about his voyages. So to that extent, whether or not he was the first there, he was certainly the first to bring to the attention of the Old World the existence of the New World, and that was absolutely crucial.
On May 20th, 1506, his passing unmarked by the wider world, Christopher Columbus died. It was a lonely fate for the Genoese sailor, who, for good or ill, had brought medieval Europe through the gates of a new age and given her a new world to make her own.
In the first half of the 16th century, England had been weakened by years of tyranny and religious persecution. As a seafaring nation, it came to be overshadowed and threatened by the already mighty empire of Spain. Despite this, there were still Englishmen who looked outwards, across the waters, awaiting their chance to rise up and lead their nation against the tide of history. They were a new breed whose moment was about to come. And first, forever, among them, was Sir Francis Drake. After the death of Henry VIII, England suffered a period of civil and religious unrest under first Edward and then, more damagingly, Mary, whose ambition it was to save England from Protestantism by handing it over to the Spanish king. English seafaring expeditions suffered badly from her disinterest. Even John Cabot, whose voyages had provided grounds for an English claim to North America, was ignored. When, instead, the French capitalized on Cabot's discoveries, his son Sebastian left England in disgust to serve Spain, which had already financed Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe. Into this miserable period, somewhere between 1540 and 1545, Francis Drake was born, on a farm in Crowndale near the Devon town of Tavistock. He was one of 12 children. This was the time of the Marian persecutions, and in 1549, his father Edmund, a Protestant, was driven out of the county by a Catholic mob and fled to Gillingham in Kent. There, living with his family in an old hulk, he became a preacher to the workers at what later became Chatham Dockyard. Drake's family survived persecution, and his father actually went on to become the vicar of Upchurch. But Drake himself was clearly marked by this early experience, and by accounts, heard within that seafaring community of the cruelty of the Spanish Inquisition and the predatory, hovering threat of invasion by Spain. Drake remained all his life a devout Protestant who detested Catholicism. It was an attitude which would play no small part in shaping both his own destiny and that of England. When Queen Elizabeth came to the throne in 1558, a period of calm and stability began. England was still a weak power, but a recovery began to take place. While avoiding open conflict with Spain, the Queen turned a blind eye to private incursions against the Spanish king. In this way, she created an atmosphere in which men like Drake were turned into practiced and expert seamen by becoming privateers. Thus the old English tradition of piracy, which lay at the heart of England's struggle to assert itself, was harnessed by the Crown. Drake's opportunity to join this preparation for world plunder came through his cousin, John Hawkins, whose family was financing voyages to the west coast of Africa. At this time, nearly all sea expeditions were privately sponsored, and Drake's career began in the manner typical of most professional seamen, serving aboard a ship belonging to a relation, where he picked up what skills and experience he could. In October 1567, Drake sailed with John Hawkins on a slave trading expedition. Most of Hawkins' ships were the new race-built galleons, which were low in the water and very responsive. But the Queen had lent him 2 very old ships of the high-charged kind, built by Henry VIII. The Jesus of Lubeck and the Minion were floating fortresses. With their high poops and forecastles, they were very effective against boarders. But they were clumsy ships, and most importantly, considering their age, their cannons put a strain on their timbers. Most of these great ships had been replaced by this time. Before the voyage was over, Hawkins and Drake had good reason to wish the Lubeck had been among them. During the outward voyage, Hawkins made Drake master and commander of one of the smaller ships, the Judith. Then, having collected 500 slaves in Guinea, he made for the Spanish Main. There, despite the knowledge that the King of Spain had forbidden trading, Hawkins bribed, cajoled, and increasingly bluffed the local authorities with shows of force into accepting the trade their colonists eagerly desired. On reaching Rio de la Hacha, however, Drake requested permission to replenish his water supply and was instead fired on. When the rest of the squadron arrived, Hawkins in response put ashore a landing party to subdue the town. He then continued trading forcibly, selling the governor himself 80 slaves at a price of 5,000 gold pesos. Here, the outset of his career, Drake was already participating in, and no doubt learning well, his semi-piratical trade. But shortly after the raid on Rio de la Hacha, he was to learn still another, more terrible lesson. The Jesus of Lubeck at last became unsafe. Had the ship been privately owned, it would certainly have been abandoned. But the Lubeck was the Queen's ship, and would have to be paid for if lost. Hawkins hurriedly put in to the port of Vera Cruz at San Juan de Ulua to make repairs. No sooner had he done so than he was joined by the annual Spanish treasure fleet from Seville under the new Viceroy of the Indies, Don Martin Enrique. The mutually embarrassed leaders came to a wary truce agreement, which allowed Hawkins to continue his repairs and leave. Hostages were duly exchanged. This was a mistake. The English hostages were immediately thrown in jail by the Spanish, who had no intention of returning them, and Hawkins had to disarm one of the Spanish hostages after inviting him to eat at his table. The Spanish broke the truce and attacked by night. During the course of a bitter, largely hand-to-hand battle, Hawkins ordered the Judith to sea alone in order to save her, and aghast, Drake piloted her back to England. The English sailors captured at San Juan de Ulua were tortured by the Mexican Inquisition. They were then given sentences of up to 200 lashes and 10 years in the galleys. Some were returned to Spain, where they were burned alive in the marketplace execution known as auto da fe. This defeat of his first command, brought about by Spanish betrayal, affected Drake intensely. He never again trusted the word of a Spaniard. On his return to England, he asked for permission to carry out a voyage of reprisal, but the Queen's policy of officially friendly relations with Spain made this impossible. Instead, Drake took matters into his own hands and spent a year on secret voyages across the Atlantic. By 1572, he had established a harbour base, Port Pheasant, from which he hoped to attack the inland Spanish treasure routes from Panama and Peru. In that year, he set sail in another of Hawkins's ships, the Pasco, accompanied by his brother John, in command of the Swan. On arrival at the base, Port Pheasant, he discovered a letter in the form of a lead plate nailed to a tree. Captain Drake, if you fortune to come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which you had with you here last year have betrayed this place, and taken away all that you left here. I departed from hence this present 7th of July, 1572. Your very loving friend, John Garrett. In the face of yet more Spanish betrayal, Drake took advantage of what surprise was left to him, and pushed on for Nombre de Dios, a few miles northwest. There he led a few small boats upriver, and with a small complement of men, stormed the town by night. After braving a volley of shot, in which he was hit in the leg, Drake and his men succeeded in reaching the treasury, into which they could see by candlelight.
It was a huge heap of silver, over 70 foot in length, 10 foot in breadth, and 12 foot height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds weight. At sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town were full of people.
But there Drake's luck turned. A thunderstorm broke, wetting powder and affecting bowstrings, and his men, heavily outnumbered, began to lose their nerve. Drake tried to rally them, but as he spoke, he began to faint from loss of blood from his leg wound. Helpless without Drake to lead them, his men carried him back to the boats and made their escape. Drake did not give up, but shifted his attention to a fort called Venta Cruces, where the mule trains from the north met those from Panama. By befriending the Cimarroni Indians, who hated their Spanish conquerors, Drake was able to negotiate the hazardous forests which lay in his path overland. But during this time, he lost 30 men to yellow fever. When the mule trains finally arrived, Drake marched through jungle for a week, with only 18 Englishmen and 30 Indians. At the journey's end, he climbed into an Indian lookout post which, incredibly, to his Elizabethan eyes, also afforded a view of the Atlantic. But it was the Pacific which most inspired him.
Almighty God, of your goodness give me life and leave once to sail in an English ship in that sea.
Drake's first attempt on the mule trains was unsuccessful. The second, made in partnership with a Huguenot corsair, Captain Atestu, succeeded, and 15 tons of silver was captured. What could not be carried was buried for a return visit. Although some of this was discovered by the Spanish, Drake was nevertheless able to recover 13 bars of silver and several more of gold, to the value of 150,000 pesos. "23 days after leaving the Spanish Main, Drake returned to Plymouth. It was a Sunday, and the churches emptied as people gathered to welcome him home. In 1577, English relations with Spain deteriorated suddenly, and Drake was summoned before the Queen. Drake himself later described the meeting to friends.
Coming into her presence, she said, "Drake, so it is that I would gladly be revenged upon the King of Spain for divers injuries that I received. And said, further, that I was the only man who could do this exploit, and withal craved my advice therein. So I told Her Majesty of the small good that could be done in Spain, but the only way was to annoy him in the Indies."
From this scrap of information, it is difficult to guess precisely what effect this meeting had on Drake's imminent voyage, except that it became instantly, as a result, a hostile one. But if Drake planned the extent of his next expedition, he cannot have expected an easy voyage. He was well aware that Magellan, who had made the triumphant first circumnavigation of the globe 60 years before, had been himself murdered in the Philippines, after a voyage in which his starving crew was reduced to eating leather. For the expedition, Drake commanded the Pelican, a 100-ton ship with 18 guns. John Winter captained the Elizabeth, John Thomas the Marigold, and Tom Moore the storeship the Swan, later exchanged for a Portuguese craft, the Christopher. All were ships of the most modern design, dependable in the water and strong. They were also beautifully decorated and furnished ships, particularly the Pelican, which, when he entered the Magellan Straits, Drake famously renamed the Golden Hind. The Hind was a truly luxuriously appointed ship, fit indeed for a Queen's representative.
Expert musicians, rich furniture, all the vessels of his table, yea, many even belonging to the cookroom, being of pure silver. Divers show us all sorts of curious workmanship.
The Elizabethans revelled in ostentatious ornament, what they called bravery, and Drake indulged in this as much as any other man. The Hind was brightly painted and decked out with streaming pennants and gaily coloured standards. She would have been a great prize were she not the flagship of the master privateer himself. The expedition set out in December 1577, ostensibly for Alexandria. Its real destination was a secret. The need for secrecy was nothing new to Drake, but it may have been that some of his companions were still unaware, even at the time of departure, that he had been appointed sole commander. This uncertainty could well have contributed to the unease felt by the accompanying gentlemen, who believed they had a greater role in the enterprise. Another source of agitation may well have been the increasingly imaginative and lurid marking found on their charts, which began to appear once past the Cape Verde Islands, such as Land of Demons and Terra Giganteum, though Drake landed in all these places and repeatedly diffused such apprehensions. Notably, when encountering natives in these places, Drake always behaved with honour and patience, even when one snatched the gold-banded cap from his head. But trouble brewed among the crews throughout the Atlantic Passage, and when they reached Port San Julian, on the coast of Patagonia, where the gibbet Magellan had erected to deal with his mutineers appropriately still stood, things came to a head. Thomas Doughty was a soldier, a scholar, and Drake's friend. Yet, during the voyage, personal disputes between the two men had made Doughty persistently question Drake's authority. His flippant insubordination threatened to wreck the expedition. And so, displaying the essential ruthlessness of his character, Drake placed Doughty on trial for treason, with himself as prosecutor and judge, before a jury of 40 men. Though many doubted the legality of the court, Drake convinced the jury of Doughty's guilt and spoke persuasively in directing them to pass the death sentence.
And now, my masters, consider the voyage we are to make, the like of which was never made out of England before. For by the same, the worst of the fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage goes not forward, which I cannot possibly see how it shall if this man live, what a reproach it will be, not only to our country, but especially unto us, the simplest man here must consider of. Therefore, they that think this man worthy of death, let them, with me, hold up their hand. Those that think him not worthy to die, hold down their hands.
Strangely, once the sentence had inevitably been passed, Drake and Doughty resumed their old friendship. Shortly before the execution, 2 days later, they took communion, then ate together.
They dined as cheerfully in sobriety as ever in their lives they had done aforetime, each cheering up the other and taking their leaves by drinking to each other, as if some journey only had been in hand.
But the execution did take place, and Drake, determined to assert his authority, did more than witness it.
Lo! This is the end of traitors!
The following day, as the chaplain prepared to deliver his sermon, Drake pushed him aside and took his place.
Nay, soft Master Fletcher, I must preach this myself, although I have small skill in preaching. My masters, I'm a very bad orator, for my bringing up hath not been in learning, but so I shall here speak. Let any man take good notice of, and let him write it down, for I will speak of nothing, but I will answer it in England, yea, and before her Majesty. Thus it is, my masters. But we are far from our country and friends. We are compassed in on every side. Therefore, we're not to make a small reckoning of a man. We cannot have a man if we would give for him £10,000. If there be any here willing to return home, let me understand of them, and let them take heed that they may go homewards. If I find them on their way, I will sink them.
No more was heard from the troublemakers. A week later, Drake disposed of the smaller ships in the squadron and, in the Golden Hind, led the Elizabeth and the Marigold through the Straits of Magellan. After weeks of tensions and dissent, now expelled by the bloodshed at San Julian, Drake navigated the maze of islets in only 16 days. It was a great achievement. Magellan had taken 39 days. 10 years later, Cavendish took 49, then died of starvation during a second attempt. But following this, Drake's expedition sailed into harsh winter conditions, fierce gales and stormy seas. The Marigold went down with all hands, and the Elizabeth, separated from the Hind, turned back for England. Alone, the Golden Hind was driven south. On the 30th of August, the gales abated, and Drake sailed north to plunder the unprotected shores of the Spanish Empire. He began with a prize of Valparaiso, from which alone he extracted 25,000 pesos of gold, along with a great cross of emeralds. He then progressed up the coast of Chile and Peru. Raiding without loss of life on either side, he intercepted treasure the Spanish had stolen from the Incas and directed it instead into the hold of the Golden Hind. Drake's adventures at this time were as varied and exotic as the treasures he captured. They culminated in the capture of the great ship, the Cazafuego, described by the Spanish as the great glory of the South Sea. And great glories indeed she yielded to Drake.
Some fruit, conserves, sugar, meal and other victuals, certain quantity of jewels, 13 chests of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all at 360,000 pesos.
The captain of the Cazafuego was well treated. Some of his cargo was even returned to him, and he was allowed to return to his ship on friendly terms. Drake became known along the coast as El Drac, the Dragon. In a letter to the Viceroy of New Spain, whom Drake had encountered at San Juan de Lua, one Spanish captain described his own meeting with Drake. I saw Drake walking on deck, and, on approaching him, I kissed his hands. He received me with a show of kindness and took me to his cabin, where he bade me be seated and said, "I am a friend of those who tell me the truth, but with those who do not, I get out of humor. Therefore you must tell me how much silver and gold does your ship carry." I told him none, only some plate I use and some cups. Drake then asked if I knew the Spanish Viceroy, as it would give him greater joy to come across him than all the gold and silver of the Indies. Revenge had been Drake's aim for many years.
I am not going to stop until I have collected the 2 millions that my cousin John Hawkins lost at San Juan de Lua. Well, come on, man!
With his voyage made by such captures, Drake contemplated the return to England. Behind him was the treacherous passage through the straits, and the certainty of a welcome there by a squadron of Spanish ships. So instead, he sailed north until the cold drove him back to find a harbour, generally believed to be somewhere near San Francisco, where the ship could be refitted. There Drake tolerated the worshipful attention of the natives until July, when all was again made ready. Then, in 68 days, he crossed the Pacific Ocean. He landed in the Spice Islands, as Magellan had before him. There he made friends with the local Sultan, who had recently quarrelled with the Portuguese, and won from him, for England, a monopoly of future trade to the islands. In December, after a month's rest, he departed, only to run aground in the straits between Pelling and Sula. Drake lightened his ship by jettisoning 3 tons of cloves, a gift of the Sultan, and at the next high water, it was miraculously lifted off unscathed. At around this time, Drake saw fit, for some unknown reason, to have his parson chained by his leg to a hatch on the forecastle and treated to a sermon of excommunication, after which he was forced to wear an armband on which was written,
Francis Fletcher, the falsest knave that lives.
The Hind then proceeded uneventfully along the coast of Java and across the Indian Ocean to the Cape of Good Hope. From there, Drake paused only at Sierra Leone before reaching Plymouth on the 26th of September 1580. The treasure he returned with is thought, staggeringly, to have amounted to at least £250,000 sterling in Elizabethan currency, and returned a dividend of £47 on every £1 invested in the expedition. Drake was knighted aboard the Golden Hind, and his reputation, like his expedition, was made. He became a member of the landed gentry, bought Buckland Abbey, and upon the death of his first wife, married Elizabeth Sydenham. He even became Mayor of Plymouth. But in 1585, Drake was called upon once more by Her Majesty. This time, Drake's services were required not as a freebooting explorer, but as a commissioned commander of the Navy, leading an expedition to the West Indies, where the Cold War with Spain had been steadily growing warmer. The expedition's purpose probably centred on the replenishing of the English colony at Roanoke, newly renamed Virginia by Sir Walter Raleigh. But Drake, as admiral aboard the Queen's ship Elizabeth Bonaventure, seems to have led as vaguely defined a mission as all the others he had been involved in. He certainly interpreted it, as usual, as one to loot, harry and injure the Spanish wherever he found them. In this spirit, he sacked Vigo and Santiago and claimed any incidental prizes he encountered between them before, with some skill, taking the town of Santo Domingo on the coast of Hispaniola, now Haiti, and ransoming it back to the governor. He repeated this success at Cartagena. Here, Drake's sensitivity to status was shown when, after finding references to himself in a letter describing him as a corsario, he increased the town's ransom and threatened to blow it up unless it was paid in full. The people appealed to their governor, and Drake eventually received from him 107,000 ducats in gold bullion. Losing men by this time to yellow fever, Drake then bypassed Havana and sailed straight to Virginia. But the colony was not well established, and far from replenishing it, Drake in fact carried away with him most of the colonists who were disillusioned and afraid of Spanish reprisals. In fact, although the expedition was tactically exhilarating, Drake claimed, after reckoning up, to be out of pocket. More importantly, as a direct result of it, the Spanish began to build stronger defences in the West Indies, as, years later, Drake would to his cost discover. For some time after Drake's return from the Indies, the Queen attempted to continue the charade of disowning his actions. But Spain's plans to invade England soon became apparent. In 1587, Drake was given command of 7 ships, including once more the Elizabeth Bonaventure, and instructed, in the Queen's by now customary vague manner,
to prevent or withstand any enterprise against Her Majesty's dominions, with permission to distress the enemy within the harbours themselves.
Drake sailed, his spirits high and, to judge from dispatches, pleased with his crew.
All members of one body, for our gracious Queen and country against the Antichrist and his followers. The wind bids us away. Make sail, haste! Majesty's ship, Elizabeth Bonaventure, 2nd of April, 1587.
On the 16th, he was off Cadiz Harbour, which was packed with preparations for an invasion of England. Despite the narrowness of the outer harbour entry and his Vice-Admiral, William Burroughs' fear of the galleys waiting within, Drake sailed straight into attack, wreaking chaos and destruction. Spying the flagship of the Marquis of Santa Cruz, designate head of the growing armada, Drake then sailed the Elizabeth into the inner harbour and destroyed that too. When the wind dropped, as Burroughs had feared, Drake was content to spend the night fending off Spanish fireships and plundering the other ships he found in the harbour. At 2 the next morning, the wind rose again, and he made his escape. He sailed south to the Straits of Gibraltar and there made landings at Lagos and Sagres. When Burroughs again raised his doubts, Drake had him arrested and sentenced to death upon his return to England. Then, without breaking stride, he moved on to Lisbon, where he baited the Spanish navy, hoping to draw it out of the impregnable port to fight. The Spaniards wisely remained where they were.
The Marquis of Santa Cruz, seeing us chase his ships ashore, was content to suffer us to stay quietly there and charge us with not one single shot.
Instead, Drake cruised the coast, rifling and destroying whatever smaller craft he encountered, all of which helped to slow and damage plans for the fitting of the Armada. This done, he headed, in a roundabout way, for home, dawdling in the Azores until he sighted a fully laden Spanish carrack, one of the newest types of ships rumoured to be in the area. This was the San Felipe, carrying goods worth £108,000, besides a casket of jewels. On encountering Drake, the carrack dipped her flag, as was the custom.
We, knowing what she was, would put out no flag until we were within shot of her. When we hanged out flags, streamers and pendants, that she might be able to doubt as to what we were. Which done, we hailed her with cannon shot, and having shot her through divers times, she shot at us. Then we began to ply her hotly. Our flyboat, one of our pinnaces, lay athwart her hawse, whom she shot and threw fireworks, but did not harm.
The San Felipe surrendered, and the biggest ship Drake ever captured returned to England with his fleet, marking the climax of his privateering career. Drake himself suggested that these latest exploits had merely singed the King of Spain's beard and only delayed the Armada. But after these 3 months of tactical success, which carried his name across the world, even the Pope, whose own blessings lay naturally with the Armada, was impressed. Were the Queen only a Catholic, she would be our best beloved daughter. Just look at Drake. Who is he? What forces has he? And yet he burned 25 of the king's ships. Yet on his return to England, the death sentence against his vice-admiral was dismissed, and Drake himself was reprimanded for the indiscreet brags and opprobrious words with which he had taunted the Marquis of Santa Cruz. Furthermore, against popular expectations, Drake was not appointed commander of the English fleet which would encounter the Armada, but instead Vice-Admiral to Lord Howard of Effingham. This appointment was probably partly to match the nobility of the new leader of the Armada, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, and partly to avoid a clash between Drake and his equally strong-willed subordinate officers, such as Frobisher and Hawkins. To his credit, Drake accepted this without a complaint and was civil to Howard throughout the affair. By 1588, the English fleet consisted of 102 ships of various sizes. Drake's Revenge, one of the heavily armed, manoeuvrable new ships, was one of 16 royal galleons. All the others, including a further 53 galleons, were privately owned. From the outset, Drake urged the Queen and her council to let him sail, knowing that the best defence against the Armada was to attack it on Spanish shores.
My very good lords, next under God's protection, the advantage and gain of time and place shall be the only chief means of our good. Wherein I do beseech your lordships to persevere as you have begun. For that with 50 sail a shipping, we shall do more good upon their own coast than a great many more here at home.
But though he won over the council, it was not until other captains of the fleet backed him up that the Queen allowed this. By then, after 2 false starts, hampered by gales, it was too late. On Friday the 19th of July, while the English fleet sheltered at Plymouth, word arrived that the Armada had been sighted off the Lizard. If, as legend has it, Drake and his fellow captains were playing bowls at this time upon the Hoe, and if, on hearing the news, Drake truly said,
Lay out the game. There's time for that, and to beat the Spanish after.
then it was very much out of character and against all wisdom. Drake would have known that he had to get his sheltering fleet to sea as quickly as possible, or be trapped and suffer the same fate as that which he had wreaked on the Spanish in Cadiz. Here, English seamanship, so vastly improved over the last 20 years, saved the day. Drake led the fleet across the path of the Armada into the very teeth of the gale and managed to take up a position behind it, thus turning the tables. The Spanish had almost won without effort. Now the English began to harass them. The Invincible Armada consisted of 130 ships. About 2/3 of these were armed transports for 30,000 soldiers and cavalry. The rest were warships, led by Sidonia's flagship, the San Martin. With her guard of oared galleasses in case she was becalmed, the San Martin formed the centre of a wing formation, with 2 squadrons of warships on either side. The transports followed behind in the centre, protected by squadrons of smaller ships at the rear, giving the impression of a crescent or half-moon formation shown in contemporary illustrations. The English, holding no particular formation, continued to harry the enemy for the rest of the day. Then, during the night, Drake's ship went missing from the fleet line. In the morning, he was discovered to have taken the damaged flagship of the Biscayan squadron. Although many found Drake's actions reprehensible, this was the only true prize taken during the battle. The Spanish ship's captain, Don Pedro de Valdez, sat at Drake's table for the rest of the action, following which he was ransomed. By Saturday, the Armada was off Calais, battered and in need of new supplies. By night, Admiral Howard sent fire ships into its midst. Weakened and demoralized, and sailing aboard ships loaded with open casks of gunpowder, the Spanish panicked. Most cut their anchors and ran for open sea. Those ships which were not immediately wrecked on the shore were attacked by Drake, at what became known as the Battle of Gravelines. Here, Drake himself led the 8-hour assault on the Sidonia's flagship, the San Martin.
Drake's cabin was twice pierced by cannonballs, and there was an occasion on which two gentlemen, who towards evening had retired to rest a little, and one of them lying upon the bed, when it was broken under him by a saker ball, without his taking the least hurt. And shortly afterwards, the Earl of Northumberland, who had come to fight as a volunteer, and Sir Charles Blunt, were resting on the same bed in the same place, when it was again hit by a ball of a demi-culverin, which passed through the cabin from one side to another without doing any harm than scrape the foot, taking off the toes of one who was there with him.
A day later, the wind changed, and the shrinking armada was able to flee north into the open sea. Drake and Howard chased it as far as Newcastle, then, encountering the foreign territory of Scottish waters, broke off. 64 Spanish ships were lost, among them 25 galleons. Around 10,000 men died. The triumph over the Armada was attributed by some to the weather, and therefore to God, Queen Elizabeth notably among them. But when the Spanish admiral reached Spain in September, his nerves shattered by his experiences, the jeering Spanish people invoked another name to taunt him. "Look out! Here comes Drake!" The Battle of Gravelines marked the peak of Drake's brilliant career as a fighting seaman and explorer. As his fame and reputation had grown, so had the name and standing of England. But as the Queen turned to consolidating her country's new position in the world order, Drake failed to recognize the subtle change in his own role which came with it. Drake had always been his own man, a savage, piratical phenomenon, directed by the Queen at the general target of Spain. Now that he was a respectable member of the Queen's navy, he became directly answerable for his often impetuous actions. Almost inevitably, only failure now awaited him. Immediately following the rout of the Armada, Drake was given the task of pursuing the remaining Spanish ships to their home ports and destroying them, with further instructions to capture Lisbon, then attack the Azores. For the first time, his instructions were unambiguous.
Before you shall attempt either Portugal or the Azores, our express pleasure and commandment is that you distress the ships of war in Guipagoa, Biscay, and Galicia, that they may not impeach you in such enterprises as you are to execute in the King's dominions, and so that they may do us no harm in your absence.
And for once, blame was all too easily attached to any deviation from those instructions. The expedition went badly. Sir John Norris, Drake's partner, was a veteran soldier, but knew nothing of administering a fleet of ships which, from the start, suffered from bad victualling. Then Drake missed the Spanish fleet at Corunna and, instead of pursuing it to its new port, chose to move on to Lisbon. There Norris's attack was unsuccessful and, under threat from the same Spanish ships he had failed to destroy earlier, Drake made for open sea. A further attack, this time on the town of Vigo, was also a failure. To make matters worse, Drake himself became entangled in court politics. When one of the Queen's errant lovers, the Earl of Essex, disobeyed her commands and joined the fleet as a volunteer, her anger at the poor captain who unwittingly gave him passage overshadowed the already shambolic expedition.
His offence is of so high degree that the same deserveth to be punished with death. which if you have not already done, then we will command you that you sequester him from all charge and service, and cause him to be kept, until you shall know our further pleasure therein, as you will answer for the contrary at your perils. These be no childish actions, therefore consider well of your doing herein.
With the Revenge by this time leaking badly, Drake returned home. Even such a failure was seen by some in a positive light.
We won a town by escalade. Battered and assaulted another. Overthrew a mighty prince's power in the field. Landed an army in 3 separate places in his kingdom. Marched 7 days in the heart of his country. Lay 3 nights in the suburbs of his principal city. Beat his forces into the gates thereof. Possessed 2 of his frontier forts. What are you looking at?
Queen Elizabeth felt otherwise. For disobeying her explicit instructions and wasting her investment of £50,000, she had Drake court-martialed. He was lucky, some felt, to escape with his head. Drake continued to play a part in public life, both as Mayor of Plymouth and as a Member of Parliament. But it was not for another 6 years that he was allowed to make another expedition. In 1595, the Queen heard rumours of a shipwrecked treasure ship off Puerto Rico. Optimistically, she dispatched Drake with a command of 27 ships, a command which he was required to share with his cousin Sir John Hawkins, who had not been to sea for nearly 20 years. The 2 men quarrelled immediately, and interrupted their voyage almost before it was begun to land at the Canaries. There a dispute over supplies was settled, but in so delaying, they narrowly missed an opportunity to attack the Spanish treasure fleet, and at the same time allowed word to reach the Indies of their coming, though by this time it mattered little. When the fleet reached the now formidably defended town of Puerto Rico, Hawkins, by now an old man, was dead of dysentery. After unfruitful raids on Rio de la Hacha and Nombre de Dios, towns which had played such a great part in his early life, Drake, now in sole command, attempted a further raid on the mule trains. This time his own force was ambushed and routed. He nevertheless strove to maintain morale among his men.
Matters not, man. God hath many things in store for us, and I have many means to do our Majesty good service, and to make us rich. For we must have gold before we see England.
He decided to try one last attack before returning to England, this time upon the newly established town of Portobello. But before reaching it, he himself fell ill. The Defiance anchored off the island of Escuedo de Veragua. There Drake became delirious, cried out against traitors, and strapped on his armour in order to die like a soldier. On the 28th of January, 1596, an hour after collapsing with exhaustion, he died. He was buried at sea, close by. Although Drake's death was widely and sincerely mourned, it was not at the time fully understood what a contribution he had made to the emergence of England as an international power. As the years passed, however, Drake and his achievement was not forgotten. It became rather, with time, an inspiration for the new race of English buccaneers which would soon set forth across every sea and raise the English flag upon every continent, establishing the foundation of what would eventually become the British Empire. To this day, in Buckland Abbey, among those few of his artefacts which have been preserved for posterity, Drake's drum can still be found emblazoned with his coat of arms. Legend tells us that, as he lay dying, Drake gave instructions for it to be placed in Plymouth Church, saying that, if it were beaten in times of danger, he would return. Whatever the truth of this story, many an Englishman on land and sea has sensed in the intervening years that in spirit Drake never truly left them at all.
The Elizabethan age of discovery was driven by the swashbuckling exploits of a few Englishmen. Together, such men as Hawkins, Frobisher and Drake expanded the borders of the known world. But at their heart, guiding this expansion, were others. Renaissance men of learning and far sight, audaciously planning an empire for Britain. Prince of such men was Sir Walter Raleigh. The tyrannical reign of Henry VIII left England weak. In his wake, first Edward and then Mary attempted to fill the power vacuum. However, their rapid succession allowed civil unrest to flourish unchecked. Under Mary, Bloody Mary as she became known, the persecution of Protestants caused deep religious conflict across the country. Worse, this Catholic queen spoke openly of handing her throne to the Spanish king. Walter Raleigh was born between 1552 and 1554 at the height of this period, now known as the Marian persecutions. His family, which was devoutly Protestant, suffered accordingly. During one disturbance, his father, a Devon farmer, was nearly hanged by a Catholic mob. As a result, his son learned to hate both Catholics and Spain, both vividly recalled in tales of the cruel Spanish Inquisition. After Queen Elizabeth came to the throne in 1558, the country began to settle into a period of calm. Slowly, trade and industry began to recover. Rid of the distractions, Englishmen began to explore the seas once more, defying Spanish dominance. Raleigh was the younger of two sons, but through family connections, he was able to further himself adequately. As a young man, he had the opportunity of joining ships belonging to relatives, such as the famous Drakes or the Grenvilles, and learning the ropes on trading expeditions. But instead, he opted to go to Oxford to study. Although his wit made an immediate impression there, John Aubrey relates, in his brief accounts, that Raleigh was not a wealthy student.
In his youth, for several years, he was under straits for want of money. I remember that Mr. Thomas Child of Worcestershire, he told me that Sir Walter borrowed a gown of him when he was at Oxford. They were both at the same college, which he never restored, nor money for it.
At this time, one of Raleigh's cousins married a Huguenot leader, Count de Montgomery. Whether for reasons of poverty or duty, he soon left Oxford to fight with him in France against the Catholics. He remained in France for 4 years. There, experience of war at its most savage dampened his romantic streak. As a soldier, he came to appreciate the need for ruthlessness and strong leadership. When he returned to England, he was a grown man.
He was a tall, handsome and bold man, but damnable proud. Old Sir Robert Hardy of Brampton Bryan Castle, who knew him, would say that it was a great question who was the proudest, Sir Walter or Sir Thomas Avebury, but the difference that was judged on Sir Thomas' side. Oh, he had a most remarkable aspect. An exceeding high forehead, long-faced and sour-lidded, a kind of piggy eye. His beard turned up naturally.
On his return to England, he again took up study at Oxford. There he also resumed an interest in duelling and brawling.
In his youthful time was one Charles Chester that often kept company with his acquaintance. Oh, he was a bold, impertinent fellow, and they could never be at quiet for him. A perpetual talker. Oh, he made a noise like a drum in the room. So, one time, in a tavern, Sir Walter Raleigh beats him and seals up his mouth, that is, the upper and nether beard, with hard wax. Oh, from him, Ben Jonson takes his Carlo Buffone or jester in Every Man Out of His Humour.
He made little progress at Oxford before he found a new distraction. Raleigh's half-brother, Humphrey Gilbert, was eager to explore the northwest Atlantic, looking for a passage to China. Such a route, avoiding the dangers of the Magellan Straits and the Spanish-dominated south, would be invaluable to trade. The best minds of the day, including the mathematician and astrologer John Dee, backed Gilbert's plans. When Gilbert sailed, Raleigh joined his fleet of 10 warships in command of the Falcon. But the adventure turned into a fiasco. 3 of the ships deserted to go pirating. The rest were driven back to port by storms. Raleigh himself encountered a Spanish squadron, but his ship barely survived. For infringing the Queen's official policy of friendly relations with Spain, Gilbert and Raleigh were ordered, in disgrace, to Ireland. There, they were charged with putting down the Desmond Rebellion, which was being backed by Spain and Italy. There, Raleigh again saw fierce conflict. For a while, he was so brutalized by his experiences that he became careless of his life. He led a number of brave but foolhardy attacks before deciding that the English strategy was wrong. Vocal as ever, he was summoned to London to explain his argument to the Privy Council. At court, Raleigh was elegant and persuasive. He immediately caught the eye of the Queen, and from then on, his fortune began to change. Certainly he knew how to play up to the Queen. The well-known story of how he placed his cloak on the wet ground for her convenience is, in fact, true. He was soon given a commission and ordered to return to Ireland. But the Queen required him to remain in London, so he was allowed to sell the commission at a profit. Many other privileges came his way, and soon he became rich. As one observer, Sir Robert Naunton, remarked, "He was one that it seems fortune had picked out of purpose to use as her tennis ball, tossed up from nothing and to and fro to greatness." But Raleigh was not unaware of the dangers of courting such a creature as Queen Elizabeth. The situation is summed up by another well-reported story in which Raleigh scratched a line of verse upon a palace window. Below it, the Queen added her own. "Fair would I climb, yet I fear to fall. If thy heart fail thee, climb not at all." Raleigh became the Queen's favourite. Over the next 10 years, he used his position to serve England as well as he could. He strove to further the understanding of navigation, shipbuilding, and encourage exploration. As an example of good shipbuilding, he constructed the Ark Raleigh, later named the Ark Royal, according to his 6 requirements.
She should be strong-built, swift, stout-sided, should carry her guns all weathers, hull and trywell, which we would call a good sea ship, and stay well when boarding and turning on a wind is required. We find by experience that the greatest ships are least serviceable. Go very deep to the water and are of marvellous charge. Besides, they are less nimble, less manageable, and seldom employed. Grande navio, grande fatiga, saith the Spaniard. A 600-ton ship can carry as good an ordnance as a 1,200-ton ship. And the lesser will turn her broadside twice before the greater can wind once.
The importance Raleigh placed on good English seamanship was not without reason.
For whosoever commands the sea commands the trade. Whosoever commands the trade of the world commands the riches of the world, and consequently the world itself.
Raleigh, forbidden by the Queen to sail himself, sent out 2 reconnaissance ships. These landed in North Carolina, near the island of the Roanoke Indians. Their captains reported that the land was rich in tropical fruits, timber, and minerals. Although diplomatic relations with Spain were breaking down quickly at this point, Raleigh placed his cousin, Sir Richard Grenville, in charge of a fleet which sailed in 1585. Grenville landed colonists and supplies in Roanoke. Included among the colonists were the scientist Thomas Harriot and the artist and surveyor John White. Under Governor Ralph Lane, these men were to plan and record the development of the colony. 5 years earlier, Francis Drake had returned from his voyage around the world, his ship, the Golden Hind, bursting with treasure. Reports from Roanoke suggested that Raleigh's colony was its equivalent in natural products. Governor Lane wrote,
"We have discovered the Main to be the goodliest oil under the cope of heaven, so abounding with sweet tree, that brings such sundry rich and pleasant gums, grapes, and such greatness, yet wild, as France, Spain, nor Italy have no greater. So many sorts of apothecary drungs, such several kinds of flax, and of kind like silk, the same gathered on a grass as common there, as grass is here."
To this day, John White's watercolours of potatoes and tobacco can be seen in the British Museum. But the colony, renamed Virginia by Raleigh in honour of the Queen, soon floundered. Crops failed. Then there were disputes with the Indians over food. Lane saw fit to kill their leader and his men in a preemptive raid on their village. When Sir Francis Drake arrived there after his raid on the West Indies, the colonists were eager to escape and returned with him back to England. Raleigh learned the lessons of this failure. His next expedition, in 1588, was sent to Chesapeake Bay. There families were settled and their ships returned to England for supplies. Tragically, these supply ships were delayed by the sailing of the Spanish Armada. When they did return, 3 years later, Raleigh's settlers had disappeared. Raleigh lost a great deal of money in these ventures, but in laying such groundwork for the future settlements, he demonstrated, not for the first time, how sound his foresight was. Raleigh's part in routing the Armada of 1588 was comparatively small. He was still forbidden by the Queen to sail. Instead, he led a land force on first English, then Irish soil, which was to repel any attempt at an invasion. No such attempt was made by the battered Armada. Raleigh did sail with Drake's counterattacking expedition in 1589. But despite the burning of Vigo and extensive damage to Spanish ships, the venture was considered a failure. Worse, during the action, Raleigh quarrelled with Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, who had become his main rival at court. He had already been forbidden by the Privy Council from fighting a duel with Essex. On his return to England, He tired of the demands of this constant rivalry and retired to his estate in Ireland. He resumed his studies and almost certainly began to plan for a future expedition to Guyana, which he had lately heard of. But to finance any such ventures, he needed the Queen's favour. And so, while continuing his writings on navigations and shipbuilding, he sent flattering verse to the Queen.
If Cynthia were a queen, a princess, and supreme, keep these among the rest, or say it was a dream. For those that like, expound, and those that loathe, express meanings according as their minds are made over, more or less. In writing what thou art, and showing what thou were, add to the one disdain, to the other but despair. Thy mind of neither needs, in both seeing it exceeds.
Raleigh's attentions coincided with his rival Essex's marriage to Frances Walsingham. Jealous, the Queen banished Essex and welcomed Raleigh back in his place. Raleigh was appointed Vice Admiral of an expedition to capture the Spanish treasure fleet off the Azores. But at the last moment, the Queen again prevented him from leaving her. He was replaced by Sir Richard Grenville, who sailed in the Revenge. However, he pressed to be allowed to sail to the Azores, and the Queen eventually relented. Although she replaced Raleigh as its leader again, this time with Martin Frobisher, he sailed with it anyway. By now, he had good reason to want to impress the Queen with some great feat, such as the capture of a treasure fleet. Raleigh always had a roving eye, and it was often said that he dearly loved a wench. Among John Aubrey's recollections is one with particular bearing in this matter.
Oh, he loved a wench well. And one time, getting up one of the maids of honour up against a tree in a wood, 'twas his first lady, who seemed at first boarding to be something fearful of her honour, and modest. She cried, "Sweet Sir Walter, what do you ask? Will you undo me? Oh nay, Sir Walter, sweet Sir Walter, Sir Walter." At last, as the danger and the pleasure at the same time grew higher, she cried in the ecstasy, "Swisser, swatter, Swisser, swatter." She proved with child. And I doubt not but that this hero took great care of them both, as also the product was more than an ordinary mortal.
The lady was Elizabeth Throckmorton, one of the Queen's maids of honour. Raleigh secretly married her, and she bore him a child. Only a great success at sea could placate the Queen's feelings of double betrayal when she inevitably found out. The expedition missed the Spanish treasure fleet. In desperation, Raleigh sent the expedition in search of other prizes and returned to England. There, he and his new wife were confined to the Tower of London. Fortunately, not long after, his expedition returned to Dartmouth with a captured Spanish carrack, the Madre de Dios. It was the richest prize ever captured. Raleigh was released in order to secure the Queen her share of the booty. Raleigh arrived at Dartmouth to an enthusiastic reception. His poor servants, to the number of 140 good men and all the mariners, came to him with such shouts and joy as I never saw a man more troubled to quiet them in my life. Although Raleigh gave the Queen the lion's share of the spoils, she returned him to the Tower and reinstalled Essex as her favourite. But by now, Raleigh was the leader of the West Country, which was vital to her. She needed Raleigh's influence there. And so, shortly, he was released, and in 1594, banished with his wife to his estate in Sherborne. There, he once more studied and continued to patronize the scientific work of others, such as Thomas Harriot and John Dee. In isolation, Raleigh resumed his plans for an expedition to Guyana. He had first heard of this coastal country from a captured Spaniard some years before. It was thought by some to be where the legendary city of El Dorado was located. Be this as it may, Raleigh suspected it was rich in the gold mines which the Spanish had been unable to locate elsewhere. As the Spanish had not yet placed full garrisons there, he put together a fleet of 4 ships and set out in 1596. On reaching Trinidad, Raleigh attacked the town of St. Joseph, burned it and slaughtered the inhabitants. The Spanish governor, Antonio de Berrio, was taken prisoner. The native chiefs, whom the Spanish had chained and tortured, were released, thus ensuring their help. On hearing that Raleigh wanted to explore Guyana, the governor did his best to dissuade him. Raleigh courteously ignored him and sailed up the Orinoco. The conditions were difficult.
We were all driven to lie in the rain and weather, in the open air and the burning sun, and upon raw hard boards, and to dress our meat and to carry all manner of furniture in them, wherewith they were so pestered and unsavoury, that what with victuals being mostly fish, with wet clothes of so many people thrust together, and the heat of the sun, I will undertake there was never any prison in England that could be found more unsavoury and loathsome, especially to myself, who had been for many years been dieted and cared for in a sort far more differing.
Yet once free of the forest, the beauty of the land more than compensated for these hardships.
Whereas all that we had seen before was nothing but woods, prickles, bushes and thorns, here we beheld plains of 20 miles in length, the grass short and green, and in divers parts groves of trees by themselves, as if they had been, by all the art and labour in the world, so made of purpose. And still, as we rode, the deer came down, feeding by the water's side, as if they had been used to a keeper's call. Upon this river there were great store of fowl of many sorts, and of divers sorts of strange fishes, of marvellous designs. When we ran to the tops of the first hills of the plains adjoining the river, we beheld that wonderful breach of waters which ran down Caroline, and might from that mountain see the river, how it ran, in 3 parts. And there appeared some 10 or 12 waterfalls in sight, every one as high over the other as a church tower, which fell with that fury that the rebound of waters made it seem as if they had all been covered over with a great shower of rain. And in some places we took it at the first for a smoke that had risen over some great town.
Throughout the voyage, Raleigh treated the natives with honour and respect. Like Drake, he instinctively understood that by winning the hearts of the natives, his task could be made easier. In the savannah country, he befriended Chief Tipperary. The chief told him that El Dorado lay far across the country, but the rainy season was coming, and Raleigh decided to go back to England. He promised the Indians the Queen's protection, but assured them that he would return. On his return, empty-handed, Raleigh was accused of theft, deceit, fraud, and, unofficially, treason. In reply, he wrote his account of the trip titled
The Discovery of the Large, Rich and Beautiful Empire of Guyana, with a relation of the great and golden city of Manoa.
It was a stunning work which combined the real and the imaginary to create a powerful myth. Its publication made Raleigh's name legendary in the land as the man who added Guyana to the English colonies. Sadly, Queen Elizabeth remained sceptical, and anyway, she had other business to attend to. Fearing that Spain was amassing another armada, the Queen assembled a fleet of nearly 124 ships to raid the Spanish coasts. Raleigh was recalled to command one of the 4 squadrons in the Queen's ship Warspite. His rival Essex commanded another squadron. Most of the work of applying the ships and pressing men fell to Raleigh.
Dragging in the mire, from alehouse to alehouse in the seaports.
He found the task difficult. As a result of the Guyana expedition, he had lost money. He was also now, although only 43 years old, physically weakened by his travels. Finally, in June 1596, the fleet set sail. The 4 squadron leaders argued constantly but quickly reached Cadiz. Cadiz was defended by huge galleons, called the 4 Apostles, 3 frigates and 20 galleys. After an attack led by Essex failed, Raleigh put forward his own plan and persuaded the other commanders to follow it. He led the second assault himself in the Warspite and panicked the Spanish. Every galleon was burned. Thousands of Spaniards died. In his account of the burning of the Spanish ships, Raleigh wrote,
The Earl hath behaved himself, I protest to you by the living God, both valiantly and advisedly in the highest degree, without pride, without cruelty, and hath gotten great humour and much love of all.
The Queen, out of pocket as a result of the poor spoils, was not convinced. But after 5 years in disgrace, Raleigh was returned to his position in court as captain of the guard. In 1597, a second English expedition sailed. This time it was led by Essex, with Raleigh as a squadron leader. Its aim was to destroy Armada ships in Ferrol and Corunna and intercept the Spanish treasure fleet. But gales damaged the ships and blew them back to port. When it put out again, the fleet was divided by bad weather, and the old rivalry between Essex and Raleigh returned. Essex sailed on to lay an ambush for the Spanish without waiting for Raleigh. When Raleigh arrived at Fayal, the rendezvous point, he was fired upon by the Spanish garrison there. But Essex's men refused to attack without word from Essex. Finally, after a water-finding party was fired upon, Raleigh led a small force of 250 men against the town and took it in a fierce and courageous action. When Essex returned empty-handed to find Raleigh had taken a town single-handed, he almost court-martialed him. Essex then moved on to the port of Angra, on the island of Terceira, where the treasure fleet was expected. There he made the mistake of leaving a small guard of ships at the harbour entrance and impatiently sailing off in search of other prizes. When the fleet arrived, it brushed the guard aside and was soon safely in the well-protected harbour. Essex attempted to blockade Angra, but he changed his mind continually, often forgetting to tell his commanders. Each of his exploits failed, and in October, the fleet returned to England. By the time of the fleet's return, a fresh armada had sailed from Ferrol. Raleigh and Essex were ordered to organize land defences, but bad weather dispersed the Spanish ships. In this moment of emergency, the fiasco of Essex's expedition was forgotten. But afterwards, the Queen acknowledged Essex's weakness of character and judgment. Not only was he a poor commander, in his vanity, he did not even mention Raleigh's success in his official report. Also, at the age of 31, Essex was living beyond his means and tired of kowtowing to the Queen. When a relation of Raleigh's was preferred to one of his own for the command of the next Irish expedition, he lost his temper and openly insulted the Queen. Believing that she was dependent on his support, Essex formed a personal army of 2,000 men and used it to interrupt the Queen's birthday celebrations. It was his way of showing her his power in the face of Raleigh, her overpowered captain of the guard. To calm Essex, the Queen made him commander in Ireland. He left parading with the biggest army ever taken there through the streets of London. But once in Ireland, his incompetence brought in poor results. In fact, he lost his reputation as a soldier. For a time, it was seriously feared that he would march his army on England. But in 1599, he deserted his post and returned to England alone. There, he burst into the Queen's bedchamber, raving that Raleigh was plotting to betray England to Spain. He was arrested and placed in the Tower for a year.
If you take it for good counsel to relent towards this tyrant, you will repent it when it shall be too late. His malice is fixed and will not evaporate.
But Essex was released. He immediately began to plot against the Queen. At Essex's trial, one of his fellow conspirators, Sir Christopher Blunt, made a confession. The accusations against Raleigh, he said, had been invented to deceive Essex. Essex was executed. Raleigh, as captain of the guard, was present. When his presence angered Essex's friends, he withdrew and watched from a window instead. There, his enemies claimed, he smoked tobacco and laughed. But after the execution, Raleigh wrote,
What is our life? The play of passion? And what our mirth? Music of division. Our mother's wombs the tiring houses be, where we are dressed for this short comedy. Heaven the judicious, sharp spectator is, who sits and marks what here we do amiss. The graves that hide us from the searching sun are like drawn curtains when the play is done. Thus, playing post, we too our latest rest, and then we die, in earnest, not in jest.
Many men hated Raleigh, blaming him for Essex's downfall. But the court of Queen Elizabeth was alive with intrigue and politics. The Queen had always defended her position by playing one advisor off against another. This was something Raleigh understood, and Essex, to his cost, did not. But Raleigh's cleverest rival at court was the small, hunchbacked Secretary of State, Sir Robert Cecil, and he understood something that Raleigh did not. For a long time, Cecil had been secretly meeting with ambassadors from the Scottish King James. The Queen was old, and without an heir, James's succession looked likely. But the King wanted to strengthen his position. However, Raleigh refused to meet these ambassadors. He knew that James favoured friendly relations with Spain, a country which represented all that he hated. As captain of the guard, he remained loyal to the Queen alone. Cecil took advantage of this to suggest that only he could prevent Raleigh opposing James' succession. During this period, Raleigh continued to be fully involved in public life as a member of Parliament. In 1602, he sent another expedition to America. Although it was far too small to form a colony, it reached Cape Cod and set up a base on Cuttyhunk Island. This was the first English contact with New England. Raleigh's far-sightedness was still opening up new opportunities for English traders and settlers. But all his good works would soon count for little. In March 1603, Queen Elizabeth died. Unopposed, partly because of Cecil's planning, King James rode unhurriedly from Edinburgh to assume the throne. As he progressed on his way, many noblemen swore their allegiance to him, but Raleigh did not.
At a consultation at Whitehall after Queen Elizabeth's death, how matters were to be ordered and what ought to be done, Sir Walter Raleigh declared his opinion. 'Twas the wisest way for them to keep the government in their own hands and set up a commonwealth and not be subject to a needy, beggarly nation. Well, it seems there were some of this cabal who kept this not so secret, but that it came to King James' ear, who, where the English noblesse met and received him, being told upon presentment to his Majesty their names, when Sir Walter Raleigh's name was told, the king said, "O my soul, man, I have heard Raleigh of thee." But the company was so exceeding numerous that their obedience carried a secret dread with it. Said Sir Walter to him, "Would to God that had been put to the trial." "Why do you wish that?" said the king. "Because," said Sir Walter, "that then you would have known your friends from your foes." For that reason, Sir Walter was never forgotten, nor forgiven. Oh, he was such a person every way, that, as King Charles I says of Lord Strafford, a prince would rather be afraid of than ashamed of. He had that awfulness and ascendancy and aspect over other mortals.
At first the king appeared to accept Raleigh's allegiance, but he was soon replaced as captain of the guard by a Scot. After that, his privileges were slowly stripped away and his advice, never requested, was ignored. Soon he had lost the wine monopoly which had provided his main income, his Sherborne estate, and his London home. Inevitably, as rumours of plots against the king sprang up, Raleigh was put on trial. Raleigh's behaviour throughout the trial, which so glaringly failed to prove that he was a traitor, impressed many people. Awaiting sentence, Raleigh determined to die bravely. But his resolve was not called upon. King James, aware of Raleigh's popularity, did not execute the death sentence, but left it hanging over Raleigh's head as he languished in the Tower. Now 50 years old, Raleigh accepted his imprisonment and returned to his studies. His wife and child lived with him, and although now partly crippled, he adapted to life in the Tower. He used its grounds to build a laboratory and plant a small garden. He conducted experiments in botany and chemistry, and just as his popularity grew in captivity, so did his reputation as a suspected magician and alchemist. But King James' fear of Raleigh also grew. Although petitions were made for his release, including one by the King of Denmark, James refused. When the gunpowder plot to blow up the Houses of Parliament was discovered in 1605, Raleigh, although clearly innocent of involvement, was nevertheless questioned. During his imprisonment, the work he had begun in North America continued. The Plymouth Company was formed to colonize New England. Another company aimed to settle in Virginia. Meanwhile, a strange relationship grew up. King James' son, Prince Henry, made friends with Raleigh and came to rely on him as his adviser. It was partly as a means of instructing the heir to the throne that Raleigh wrote his History of the World. But in 1612, the prince caught typhoid fever after swimming in the filthy Thames and died. Raleigh left his history unfinished, though it was published shortly afterwards in this form. In 1616 there was a scandal. Robert Carr, the king's favourite, and Lady Frances Howard were found guilty of poisoning and sent to the Tower. Carr had taken advantage of Raleigh's position to steal the Sherborne estate from Raleigh. Lady Frances was the niece of Raleigh's enemy, Lord Henry Howard. During the investigation of the couple, it was discovered that both the Howard family and the now dead Sir Robert Cecil had received pensions from Spain. This was precisely what they had accused Raleigh of. The king took a new favourite, George Villiers, who urged a renewal of hostilities towards Spain. Raleigh immediately wrote to the king, suggesting an expedition to Guyana, which would hurt Spain and pay for itself. After 13 years' imprisonment in the Tower, at the age of 64, grey, lame and malaria-ridden, Raleigh was freed. From the start, the Spanish ambassador, Gondomar, tried to stop the expedition. He claimed that Guyana belonged to Spain and that Raleigh intended to turn pirate and plunder the Spanish Main. As a result of these protests and James' own hatred, Raleigh was denied a free pardon and the words "trusty and well-beloved" were deleted from his commission. And he was, incredibly, made to give a solemn pledge not to set foot on Spanish territory or inflict the least injury upon a Spanish subject. Raleigh took advice as to what he should do. Sir Francis Bacon, among others, suggested that he should go ahead without waiting for a formal pardon. Raleigh heeded this advice. His need for a success in Guyana became public knowledge, and as ever, his enemies, the Spanish not least among them, were determined to make him fail. He embarked in 1617 aboard the Destiny, commanding a squadron of 7 ships. His first stop was at Lanzarote in the Canaries. There, one of his captains, John Bailey, deserted him and returned to England, claiming that Raleigh had turned pirate. Fortunately, a merchant ship captain who had witnessed the desertion then also arrived back in England. Bailey was imprisoned, but Raleigh's misfortunes continued. 42 men died of illness on the outward journey, and Raleigh himself spent a month in a fever. Then, on reaching Guyana and meeting his old native friends, another of his officers, Captain Keames, disobeyed his instructions and led an attack on the town of San Thome. A dispatch captured en route to the Spanish king revealed the frustration of the Spaniards.
Sire, the city of San Thome and the island of Trinidad of the province of Guyana and Dorado represented in the past month of January 1618 Walter Raleigh, an English pirate with 10 ships and launches, went up the river Orinoco to the sanctuary of San Thome, 40 leagues from the sea, and at 1 league's distance set on shore 500 men, and the ships went up to its port. The governor, Diego Palomique, who with all his diligence made preparations to defend it with the few soldiers he had, attacked him with very great valor, and as no other plan was available, he engaged him at 11 of the night by way of defending the city, seeing that he lacked men and was without artillery or regular troops. And there the two forces began slaying each other. The enemy then remained in occupation of the place for 29 days, during which period they contrived to their side the peaceful Guiana Indians, situated nearest the town, who straightway rose in rebellion in order to support the enemy.
Raleigh's eldest son was killed in the attack. Later, after his cold reception by Raleigh, Captain Keames shut himself in his cabin and killed himself. In July 1618, Raleigh's crippled ship reached Plymouth. All but one of his officers, Captain King, had deserted. One of them had already returned and, like Captain Bailey, claimed that Raleigh had turned pirate. Raleigh seems to have hoped to plead for clemency, but soon after his arrival, a proclamation was made for his arrest. Realizing that all hope was gone, he planned to escape to France with Captain King's help. But he was betrayed by Sir Lewis Stukely. Society later shunned Stukely for his actions, and he died a raving lunatic. John Aubrey recorded this of Raleigh's execution.
These lines Sir Walter Raleigh wrote in his Bible the night before he was beheaded, and desired his relations with these words, viz., beg my dead body, which living is denied to you, and bury it either in Sherborne or Exeter Church. A scaffold was erected in the old palace yard, upon which, after 14 years' reprievement, his head was cut off. At which time such abundance of blood issued from his veins that showed he had stock of nature enough to have continued him many years in life, though now above 80 years old, if it had not been taken away by the hand of violence. And this was the great Sir Walter Raleigh, great sometimes in the favour of Queen Elizabeth, and next to Sir Francis Drake, the great scourge and hate of the Spaniards. Oh, he had many things to be commended in his life, but none more than his constancy at his death, which he took with so undaunted a resolution that one might perceive he had a certain expectation of a better life after it. On the famous Sir Walter Raleigh, who fell a sacrifice to Spanish politics, here lieth, hidden in this pit, the wonder of the world for wit. Its too small purpose did him serve, his wit could not his life preserve. He living was beloved of none, yet in his death all did him moan. Heaven hath his soul, the world his fame, the grave his corpse, Stukely his shame.
And so died Sir Walter Raleigh. Yet even in death his legend was strengthened. His name became an inspiration to explorers and scholars alike. Today, almost 300 years later, Raleigh's undaunted spirit of adventure continues to strike a deep chord within the popular imagination. The age of discovery was giving way to the age of empire. Sir Walter Raleigh, the last great Elizabethan, became in death what he had been in life, the yardstick by which to measure an Englishman's courage, the mark against which to test his ambition.
The polar region of Antarctica is one of the harshest and most unforgiving environments on Earth. It was into this trackless wilderness that Captain Robert Falcon Scott and his 4 companions ventured early in November 1911. They were determined to be the first men to reach the South Pole. They were never to be seen alive again.
For people who write letters and books now criticizing any of these polar explorers of 100 years ago, they are totally writing these things for the benefit of their apparent fact. It is in fact fiction. because hindsight is not something which is a genuine way of judging the abilities and the conceptions of the people at that time.
And Captain Scott is very much a legendary figure. Indeed, this institute's named after him. With the Discovery expedition and Terra Nova expedition, there were two major Antarctic expeditions with a huge contribution to mapping, geography generally, and science.
Scott has become part of the British myth of the explorer hero, I think, and I don't believe that it will ever be otherwise. But that is not to say that he has escaped criticism.
I find it really difficult to imagine what it must have been like for Scott and those other early Antarctic explorers. At the time, Antarctica was an unexplored and certainly unknown continent, and there were certainly no maps or no charts of the area. So, one wonders if Scott really knew what Antarctica was going to be like and what he was letting himself and his fellow team members in for, really.
I think that discussing the mistakes that Scott made is a futile argument. Who knows? Who's to say what decisions he made at what time that were right or wrong? Hindsight's a wonderful thing. We all think we could have done better. We all think that, I wouldn't have done. He was stupid to do that. But it's impossible to second guess the situation he was in. It's not unlikely that the cold, the stress, malnutrition, whatever, things like that can have an amazing effect on your decision-making abilities. And I think it's quite unfair to try and second guess what he was thinking at a time when we have no idea how things were working out for them.
Robert Fulton Scott, the British Antarctic explorer, and his brave polar party finally arrived at the southernmost point on Earth, the South Pole, on the 17th of January 1912. For 78 days they had fought their way through unimaginable weather conditions, through driving blizzards and temperatures which had fallen as low as 40 degrees below freezing. Despite their heroic efforts, the hand of fate was to prove unkind to them. The black flag which greeted them at the pole had been placed there a month beforehand by a Norwegian team led by Roald Amundsen.
This particular black flag was the one that Amundsen left on the South Pole, a standard survey flag. The colour is of course black, as were all the survey flags used in the White Continent.
Just over a year later, the news of the British team's deaths reached London, and so the name of Robert Fulton Scott immediately passed into legend. There was little in his early life to mark him down for such greatness. Born on the 6th of June 1868, he was brought up in the comfortable surroundings of Oatlands, the family home in Devonport. His mother was a strong Victorian matriarch, and his father was a quiet man who suffered from the odd violent outbursts of temper.
According to the early biographers, it appears that he had a very happy childhood, and he played with his sisters in the garden of his father's house. Certainly when he was in the Navy, he felt very responsible for his mother. His father died and left his mother widowed, and she had a very small amount of money to live on, and was largely supported by Scott himself.
By 1887, at the age of 19, Scott was fully immersed in a career in the Navy, training as a torpedo officer on the HMS Rover. In the same year, Scott came into contact with Sir Clemens Markham, who would irrevocably change the course of his life. Markham was a true Victorian gentleman who was obsessed by the idea of conquering the Antarctic region. He recognized the area as the ultimate challenge to man, with mystery and danger in equal measure. There was only one thing more important to Markham than getting a man to the pole, and that was that the man should be British.
Clement Markham knew that he wanted somebody of a certain age, and he went out, and whenever he was in society all over the place, he was looking out. And he once went to a boat race, a naval boat race between three young lieutenants, and the one that won was Scott, and he remembered that when he saw them many years later.
The two men did not meet until 1899, 13 years after Markham had spotted Scott's potential. Within 2 days, Scott had applied for the post of commander on the Antarctic expedition. If Scott needed fresh impetus and direction, the prospect of the Antarctic challenge must have seemed almost too good to be true. The Antarctic which Robert Falcon Scott was to come to know was recorded for posterity in these famous watercolours by his great friend and fellow explorer, Dr. Edward Wilson.
Diary is the one that Edward Wilson kept, and in it he includes some amazing sketches of the hut, the flag, and the Norwegian items actually at the South Pole. The method Wilson used for producing his magnificent watercolours was to do these sketches and paint them up in the hut. You couldn't do watercolours in the field. The stuff was very much a solid. But if you look at this one, for instance, again, the Norwegian tent at the pole, you'll see that he's put little indications around the sketch of the flag, giving its colours, red, white and blue. Also bits on the texture, the red brown leather pieces, likewise on the tent, were sufficient for Wilson as an expert artist.
The Antarctic Wilson recorded is the most remote continent on Earth.
I find it impossible to try and imagine what it was like. Even the remotest field party today will have a radio that they can contact base, contact other field parties. The bases have got radios, satellite phones, email, fax, and all the other sort of modern communications. Compare that with Scott's day, and they had nothing other than what they could carry a message by hand or by mouth. They had to go from one person to another, even if the parties were separated by thousands of miles to pass a message. And getting a message out of the Antarctic meant waiting for the ship to leave at the end of the expedition, or maybe partway through the expedition. So I find it very difficult to actually imagine what it was like coping with the lack of communication.
If a man sets foot there, he is over 600 miles from the nearest land. Some 5.5 million square miles in size, it contains over 90% of the world's ice. Should the ice ever melt, sea levels would rise by 200 feet. Temperatures drop to almost unimaginably low levels, the lowest on record being minus 126 degrees Fahrenheit.
The coldest it got down to when I was there was minus 44 degrees Celsius, which felt really cold to me. I wouldn't wanted it to have got any colder than that, but it does, it certainly does. That was quite a warm year at the station I was at. It normally can get down to below minus 50. An average minus 30 degrees C. It feels the coldest when it's windy and it's, say, minus 20 degrees Celsius, because the wind just cuts through.
The atmosphere is so pure, so free from haze, that visibility can reach up to 200 or 300 miles. Any sense of scale, however, is completely distorted by the total lack of vegetation.
You don't go to Antarctica expecting it to be easy. There certainly are dangers, but because we know that, we take extra precautions. Particular danger is crevasses.
And crevasses are huge, massive holes in the ice, which are often covered by a very, very thin layer of snow. Now, if the weather conditions are the visibility is quite poor and there's a lot of snow blowing around, you can very easily fall into one of these crevasses.
They can be anything from a few centimetres wide to many tens of metres wide, and they can go down to depths of many tens or even many hundreds of metres in some cases.
And in fact, one of the Scott team fell into a crevasse on 2 occasions, and that's what eventually he died from his injuries. So that was the first member of the team to die, the Scott team.
Like a minefield in the army, you just got to go, and if you fall in, you hope that the rope which is tied between you and your sledge will be sufficient for you to fall into the hole, but the sledge not to fall after you. Or, if the sledge falls into the hole, for you not to be dragged after it. Now, very often people would find that the man and the sledge and the dogs would all fall into the same hole, and that would not only kill the man and the dogs, but would often, as in the case of Douglas Mawson back in 1914, all the food was on that sledge, and they were 300 miles away from anywhere in awful country. Theirs was the slow death of starvation.
So whenever we go walking in an unknown sort of area or unknown crevassed area, we always have a harness with a rope attached, and we tie ourselves together with somebody who walks 10 metres in front of us, who's also on the other end of that rope. The idea being if the person in front goes down the crevasse, they'll pull me to the ground, and I should have an ice axe so I can ram the ice axe in and hopefully stop them from falling too far down the crevasse.
You very rarely find one that's deeper than 180 feet. But you can die quite easily if you fall 180 feet, because there's very sharp bits of ice all the way down that you can get stuck on and smash your skull or your backbone. It's very easy then and now to kill yourself by falling into a crevasse. It is impossible then and now to know where the crevasses are before you've fallen into them.
The Antarctic can also be unbelievably beautiful, with refracted light causing false suns and moons. It was this unknown world of beauty and danger that Sir Clement Markham hoped to claim for Britain. Expeditions had ventured into the hazardous region before, from Britain, Norway and Belgium. In 1897, the Belgian ship Belgica became trapped in the Antarctic's unyielding ice field for some 2 years. Aboard was a young Norwegian first mate who would later play a more notable role in Antarctic exploration, Roald Amundsen.
Roald Amundsen had been to the Antarctic before Captain Scott. He was aboard the Belgica, the first ship to winter in the south. Subsequently, he made an amazing journey through the Northwest Passage, did that successfully, the first vessel to transit it. And he was extremely keen on polar exploration. He'd done Arctic and Antarctic, and had very much the object of reaching the South Pole. The way this expedition was organized and arranged was most strange, though. Publicly, right until the last moments, it was put out as a North Polar expedition. It wasn't until he reached Madeira that he publicly announced that he was going to the South Pole.
By 1899, after years of hard work, Markham had managed to raise enough money to get the British project underway. Scott was acutely aware of his own lack of experience in polar conditions, and so arranged a visit to Oslo to speak to a man whose knowledge of the area was second to none, Fridtjof Nansen, the famous explorer who had developed an unrivaled expertise in dog sledging. Take dogs to the pole, Nansen told Scott. Train them well, and they'll not let you down.
The method of transport that had been recommended to Scott and had been used extensively in the Antarctic was sledge dogs. Nansen proposed that should be the transport they'd rely on greatly. Scott had a large number of sledge dogs in the first expedition, and indeed they were breeding. Second expedition, likewise, he was equipped with dogs. But he did not make the best use of them by any means. The problem with that is, with an expedition that's largely naval, the experience with dogs is not strong in those circumstances. And one really needs two things. The dogs have to be properly trained to work with the men, and the men must know and understand the dogs for it to be effective. When neither of these is fully accomplished, then their use is far less effective than it can be in proper experienced dog hands. Someone who knows well to handle them, a good example is Amundsen, of course.
Scott returned home with much on his mind, for whilst in Oslo he learnt of plans in other countries for expeditions to the pole. Scott returned to Britain, determined to speed the British effort along. Firstly, a ship strong enough to force a way through Antarctic ice was needed. The tender chosen came from the Dundee Shipbuilders Company, who had a vast experience of building whaling ships, which could withstand the harsh Arctic regions. The ship needed to be made of wood to avoid hindering magnetic observations, which were essential to the expedition. First and foremost, the trip was to be a scientific survey, but the issues were already being muddled by some. The Discovery was launched on the 21st of March 1901, and Scott's expedition plans were nearly complete. Now a crew was needed. Gradually, a scientific team was assembled, all personally chosen by Scott, who had listened carefully to the recommendations and advice of fellow officers. His first recruit was, of course, Dr. Edward Wilson, who was not only a fine painter, but also a zoologist. Wilson was a valued friend and important ally over the next few years. Another significant recruitment in Scott's story was Discovery's third mate, Ernest Shackleton, a gregarious, easygoing charmer with the aura of a rebel about him. Given Scott's serious nature, the two men were poles apart, and later on became rivals.
I think in any expedition like theirs, you need a reasonable mix of characters. I think Scott was very much the leader, and people like Shackleton, who perhaps wasn't the organisational leader, but was certainly very much the link between some of the people in the sort of lower ranks, if you like. I mean, it was still very much along military lines, obviously because of the sort of nature of these expeditions at that time. But I think that Shackleton was one of the chaps and could get on with everybody in the expedition, whereas Scott was very much the leader, and he felt that he had to make all the difficult decisions. Subsequently, of course, Shackleton went back to the Antarctic and led his own expeditions, and very successfully, and never lost a man in an expedition himself.
On August the 6th, 1901, Discovery set sail from the Isle of Wight towards the Antarctic. Sir Clement Markham later wrote, "No finer set of men left these shores, nor were men ever led by a finer captain." Discovery journeyed south to New Zealand, where she took new supplies on board and received her last overhaul before sailing on into the unknown Antarctic regions. In November, the vessel passed through the 60th parallel, and amid great excitement, the crew got their first sight of ice. On January 9th, the Discovery finally landed on the continent of Antarctica. Ferocious 100-mile-an-hour winds battered the ship, and jagged icebergs raced by her sides. "We are here to fight the elements with their weapons," wrote Scott. "And once and for all, this has taught me not to undervalue the enemy." In February, after a lengthy journey along the Great Ice Barrier, the Discovery crew arrived in McMurdo Sound to begin work on a hut for winter quarters. The construction work took longer than anticipated, but then a more pressing problem became apparent. The dog teams were becoming uncontrollable. As the dogs snarled, Nansen's advice must have rung in Scott's ears.
Scott knew that dogs were a possibility. He knew that tracked vehicles, it was he that took the very first motor machine down in Antarctica. He was perfectly prepared to be flexible. It was Shackleton who a few years later took the first tracked vehicle ever, the predecessor of the Skidoo.
In the field work, when we're out collecting the data, most of the travel is by skidoos, they're sort of small motorised snowmobiles, just towing sledges, and they're small enough to be able to get around to a lot of areas that might be inaccessible to larger vehicles. We've got sledges for carrying all the equipment.
It would have been nice to have the dogs there, but they were taken out in 1994, I believe. We use skidoos now instead to travel about, which are perhaps, well, they're quite reliable, but they certainly haven't got the character.
Amundsen was perfectly stuck with dogs. He came from a country where dogs were used all the time. They certainly weren't in Britain. And so he knew that there was a strong possibility. Likewise, the Norwegians ski. The Brits don't ski. So they were using something which was familiar to them. The Navy were using a whole lot of things, none of which were familiar to them, other than the British tradition of hauling your own weights.
The confidence of the party was also shaken by an incident at Cape Crozier, when an exploration team got caught in blizzards. In the resulting chaos, one man was lost to the icy sea. Incredibly, every other man made it back to the ship, but it was a grave reminder of the dangers surrounding them.
When there's daylight, all you can see is white. It's snowing, the wind's picking up the snow and just blasting it into you, and everything is white. We have hand lines between buildings to help you find your way around if you're on base. So if you lose sight of one of those, you could be in trouble, but we hang on to those so we have an idea of where we're going.
The most ever-present hazard for polar explorers was frostbite. This devastating condition caused slow blackening of the extremities, and the only remedy was amputation.
Frostbite, again, is a very real risk. But again, these days, we've got fairly good clothing, so you should be able to avoid getting frostbite or any other sort of cold injuries. Again, I think we have a slightly more modern attitude these days to combating the cold and working in the cold, in that if you feel yourself getting cold, rather than pushing on the way that people might have done in Scott's days in the heroic age, sensible people, you'll stop and you'll warm your hands up if it was your hands that are getting cold, or warm your feet up, or just get in some shelter if you feel yourself getting cold.
During the long winter months, Scott prepared for the spring journey to the South Pole. He decided on a team of 3 men, which included himself, Wilson, and Shackleton. It was typical of Scott to recognize Shackleton's qualities and appreciate how useful they would be on the difficult march south. Any personal feelings were buried for the sake of the cause.
And it was Wilson who suggested to Scott, once they were in the Antarctic, that Shackleton should join Scott and himself on the first attempt to sledge towards the South Pole.
On November the 15th, the last of the support groups turned back towards base, leaving Scott, Wilson, and Shackleton with the dogs to journey forward towards the pole. Although the 3 men made Herculean efforts, progress averaged only 4 miles per day, and before long, the dogs began to weaken and die. The Enterprise took on a shambolic appearance, with Scott, Shackleton, and Wilson yelling frantically and the dogs pulling sporadically in different directions. By December, illness had struck. Shackleton had contracted scurvy in his mouth, and Wilson was suffering from snow blindness.
There's very few cases of snow blindness these days because everyone will have good sunglasses and goggles, just out of comfort, really, you tend to wear them all the time because the sun can be very bright, especially on sunny days when it's reflecting back from the snow. It's more comfortable to wear sunglasses, and that stops snow blindness completely. I think if you are unfortunate enough to get snow blindness, it's very painful at the time, but it is completely recoverable. In the long term, I don't think there's any long-term damage done to the eyes.
They had reached the 82nd parallel, but Scott decided that their situation was so severe that they would have to turn back. They now faced the long and painful journey back to the ship. The dogs were dying now at the rate of 1 per day, and their plight broke Scott's heart.
He has pulled like a Trojan throughout. His stout little heart bore him up, till his legs failed beneath him and he fell, never to rise again.
By now, Shackleton was struggling for breath and spitting out blood. He had to be borne upon the sledges, and on January the 18th, he collapsed completely. Scott was typically sympathetic to his situation.
He is very plucky about it, for he does not complain, although there is no doubt he is suffering badly.
On the 28th of January, the party, almost spent, reached Depot A, where they had left supplies on their outward journey. With enough food, Shackleton's condition improved, and on February the 3rd they completed their final 60-mile leg back to Discovery, to a tumultuous welcome from the crew. There was a huge celebration aboard the Discovery that night. The expedition remained in the Antarctic region for a further 18 months, conducting scientific experiments and surveys. Unexpectedly, Scott sent Shackleton home, a decision which was justified on the grounds of his poor health, although some members of the crew felt there was a degree of personal feeling involved. Shackleton, his pride hurt, stood on the deck of the relief ship as it set sail to take him home, and wept. Eventually, the rest of the crew arrived back in Britain in September 1904. A shy, introverted man, Scott found the sudden demands of lectures, medal presentations and society parties difficult to cope with. "I've had enough of notoriety to last me a lifetime. There's been no peace, no quiet, nothing but one mad rush," he wrote to a friend. It was with relief he returned to the Navy in August 1906, aboard HMS Victorious. Unable to escape the feeling that the job was only half done, Scott began to formulate plans to return south. By the following March, Scott was nearing the target for funding of the trip. He was also well on his way to completing the list of his new crew. Among the names were Birdie Bowers, the soldier Lawrence, Titus Oates, Atkinson, the surgeon, and Mears, who would be responsible for the dogs. From the previous expedition in 1902 were Edward Evans, Edgar Evans, and Stoker Lashley. Nansen again urged Scott to take a team of fully trained dogs. At this time, Roald Amundsen was engaged in an expedition to the North Pole, showing to what fine use dogs could be put.
The Norwegian explorers, some of them had spent a lot of time working in the Arctic with experts who have been running dogs for years and years, so they had a lot more experience and a lot more skills already, and it could be that even with the best will in the world, Scott and his men might not have had enough time to learn all the skills required to run the teams and train them properly.
Scott's previous bad experiences led him to decide that ponies should accompany the dogs on the journey. This has often been cited as the decision which cost Scott and his companions their lives.
It could be that the way they managed the ponies or the particular animals they had, they weren't the best animals, so it could be that the attempt was doomed from the start in terms of the support that the animals could give them. But I think the dogs in particular proved very useful at the time, but there weren't enough of them and they weren't deployed in such a way to really contribute to the success of the trip, and it eventually ended up in failure.
Subsequent events were to prove well-trained and expertly handled dogs would certainly take a team to the pole and return them safely. Although he had originally intended to repurchase the Discovery to make their long voyage, Scott eventually decided upon the Terra Nova. Fortunately, the Discovery underwent a refit and is now preserved in all her glory at Discovery Point in Dundee, affording a glimpse of the conditions the men journeyed to the Antarctic in. The Terra Nova set sail on June the 1st, 1910, without Scott, who was still raising money and would join the ship at Cape Town. In October, the Terra Nova arrived in Melbourne, where the grimmest news awaited Scott. It had transpired that the Norwegian, Amundsen, who had been heading for the North Pole, had been beaten there by Robert Peary and had been forced to revise his plans. Amundsen's cable to Scott was short and to the point.
Amundsen thought the North Pole had been reached. If Cook and Peary had been more truthful about where they got, then it's very probable that Amundsen would have gone for the North Pole as originally planned. In those circumstances, Scott would have still continued to the South Pole. So sitting here in an armchair, one could then suggest Amundsen might have got the North quite definitely, and Scott might have survived the South. But would either of them been quite so famous as now the circumstances with the competition for the South Pole?
It was on November the 29th that the Terra Nova eventually set sail for the Antarctic, but not before Scott told waiting newsmen, "We may get through, we may not. We may lose our lives, we may be wiped out. It is all a matter of providence and luck." These words may seem melodramatic now, but to Scott, they were merely an honest reflection of his feelings towards the task ahead. The journey towards Antarctica was particularly rough, with the animals, 19 ponies and 34 dogs, bearing the brunt of the angry seas. Evans recorded that the dogs were almost hanging by their chains, whilst Oates, in charge of the poor ponies, worked like a Trojan to protect them as the ship rolled and lurched. In January, the ship arrived at Cape Evans on McMurdo Sound and the Hut Point. Dispirited to find the old hut in an extremely poor state of repair, they had nonetheless soon established excellent new quarters from which to begin their work. The next step was to establish a forward depot known as 1 Ton Depot, which Scott hoped to build on latitude 80 degrees south. In the event, appalling weather truncated their march, and the depot was built 20 miles to the north of the intended spot. These were, as we shall see, to be 20 crucial miles. On February the 4th, the Terra Nova, on its journey from the east, sailed into the Bay of Whales, to be confronted by the sight of a ship moored there. It did not take them long to discover it was the Fram, Amundsen's ship. One astonished crewman later wrote, "They had 120 dogs and are going to the pole. No science, no nothing, just the pole." Although he conceded that the Norwegians seemed charming men, even the perfidious Amundsen. They have unlimited dogs and experience in snow travelling that could be beaten by no collection of men in the world. I think that the two parties will reach the pole next year, but God only knows which will get there first.
Amundsen's the science done was fairly minimal. Meteorology was recorded, but the mapping and survey was nowhere near to the same extent. In a way, with the two expeditions going to the pole, it's frequently called a race, but there's more to it than that. Scott's expedition was mapping and exploring side valleys and glaciers all the way. You couldn't exactly say it was on full speed. Amundsen's maps and the cairns and notes he left were perfectly adequate to get back safely, but not very much else. In one or two places, the actual route he took to reach the pole is uncertain, whereas Scott we have maps carefully laid down all the way. There was quite a different character between the two South Pole journeys.
After the long, sunless Antarctic winter, it was decided to begin the march to the South Pole on November the 1st, 1911. The men would split into two groups, the advance and main parties. The parties marched 15 miles apart, the advance party making the route as it progressed. Every 65 miles, depots were established for the journey back. The following main party was led by Scott and contained the majority of the dogs and ponies. Unbeknown to Scott, Amundsen and his party were already 5 degrees further southward, which meant that in the race to the South Pole, he had established an unassailable lead. Scott's men marched on, but by the end of November, the weather had worsened, forcing them to camp. It was December the 8th before any further progress was made, but after initial hopeful signs that the weather had broken, the snow and wind descended upon them once more.
I would have thought that the only two forecasting tools they could have had would be the people standing on the ground at that time and looking up at the sky and looking at the weather. The only advance warning they would have had of a storm arriving would be as it came in, and maybe the clouds came over and the wind picked up and it started snowing.
Scott was now faced with another terrible problem. The ponies were completely and utterly spent. They floundered and struggled pitifully, snow up to their bellies, until the only way to move them was to beat them. Scott mercifully had them all shot, ending their misery. But because they were slaughtered many miles short of the objective, all sledge hauling from then had to be done by manpower alone.
Now, a lot of people thought that, in fact, human power was more effective and better designed than dog power or even machine power. But it wasn't until 1993 that we finally proved that Scott was correct, because we have managed to cross the entire continent, not just halfway to the pole, using nothing, no outside help whatsoever, hauling all our own equipment. Many American and Soviet expeditions have tried to cross the whole continent using either dogs or machines, whatever sorts of machines, but neither the dog nor the machine has proved sufficiently fuel efficient to be able to do so without resupply at some point. Humans can. There was a great basis of correctness in Scott's thoughts when comparing dogs with people.
The bad weather lasted until the 17th of December, when there was a relative improvement enabling the party to make much better progress. In late December, the time came for Scott to decide upon the summit party. the one sledge team which would actually go to the pole, and the final assault party, the men who would travel to within one short step before turning back. The remaining men returned to Cape Evans immediately. The final assault party would be Edward Evans, Crean and Lashley. This left the summit party, consisting of Scott, Wilson, Evans, Bowers and Oates. The 8 men who remained ensured that Christmas Day was celebrated with a good meal. They feasted on slices of horse meat, onion and curry powder, followed by plum pudding. But the journey was beginning to take its toll. Scott noted sledging difficulties, and Wilson was beset with his old problem of snowblindness. However, New Year's Eve arrived with only 170 miles to travel and food in plenty. The party was suddenly awash with optimism. It was on January the 4th that the time came for the final assault party to turn north, leaving the remaining 5 men to attack the pole. Crean wept openly, and Lashley was so overcome he was unable to speak. The next few days' march were the hardest they had known, but determination and the knowledge that every exhausting step brought the pole a little nearer kept them going. On January the 10th, Scott wrote in his diary, "Only 85 miles from the pole, but it's going to be a stiff pull both ways, apparently. I never had such pulling. All the time the sledge rasps and creaks. We have covered 6 miles, but at a fearful cost to ourselves. Still, it is wonderful to think that 2 long marches would land us at the pole." By Tuesday the 16th, his entry told a different tale.
About the second hour of the march, Bowers' sharp eyes detected what he thought was a cairn. He was uneasy about it, but argued that it must be a sastrugi. We marched on and found that it was a black flag attached to a sledge carrier. Nearby was the remains of a camp. This told the whole story. The Norwegians have forestalled us and are the first to the pole.
The disappointment which was felt by Scott and his men must have been overwhelming. 13 years of planning, of striving to be the first man to set foot at the pole was over. The Norwegians had arrived at the pole only 1 month earlier, December the 14th, 1911. Scott and his devastated party discovered their tent containing the names of the 5 men in the party, with a letter to King Haakon. The contrast in fortune between the Norwegian party and Scott's own was stark. Their journey, which had been completed in 99 days, was made in fine weather, allowing average progress of nearly 20 miles a day. The dogs, so well bred and trained, had performed wonderfully and food was plentiful. Apparently the dogs even gained weight. There is no doubt that the Norwegian effort had been brilliantly planned and professionally executed.
Scott's expedition arrived 33 days after the Norwegians had left. They found the flag, they found the tent, and all of these materials remaining there. The 2 expeditions did the same calculations, the positions, and backed each other up perfectly. There's no doubt about the South Pole. There was a letter left by Amundsen, addressed to the King of Norway, and the object of that was, if he failed to return, then the next person there would deliver the letter and the proof would be forthcoming. And that was a wise precaution.
Beaten to the pole, the Polar Party now faced the dreadful prospect of an 800-mile march back to Cape Evans, cold and very weary. Scott noted the condition of the men was deteriorating, particularly Evans, who had suffered several minor injuries and had weakened badly.
Today has been the worst day we have had on the trip. I have never seen such a mess of ice. I have no idea where we are, or how far to the next depot. I have ordered a reduction in rations. We must get there tomorrow.
Evans's condition was now critical, and it was obvious to the rest of the party that their companion was slowly dying. On the 17th of February, he fell into a coma, and at around midnight became the first to die on the long polar march. On February the 18th, the rest of the summit party reached the camp at the foot of the glacier where the ponies had been slaughtered. Their first full meal in a month, consisted of horse meat. Food shortages were made worse by a new threat, the shortage of oil. The temperatures plummeted to minus 40 degrees centigrade, freezing their stores of paraffin.
Many of the early Antarctic explorers died of exposure, and certainly one of the factors that finished Scott and his team members off was the cold, was the lack of adequate clothing. They had a lot of natural fibres that when they sweated, that actually froze to their body.
We know that their diet was a lot poorer in the days of Scott's expeditions, and I think there'll be a long-term degeneration, probably mentally and physically, that will affect your judgment in all the things you're doing as well.
One of the contributing factors to the tragic end of those returning from the pole was the weather. They were going across the ice barrier after the equinox. It was getting progressively colder. There's two things to think about. One, the temperature is approaching minus 40, and two, the wind. An intense wind, a blizzard in that temperature, is a very powerful combination. You lose heat rapidly. Frostbite can be a severe problem. Indeed, in the case of Oates, his limbs remained frostbitten until he left the tent.
In fact, all 4 men were now suffering terribly with the side effects of the cold. On their arrival at the depot at Mount Hooper on March the 9th, Scott had hoped to find Cherry Garrard with the dogs, which would have undoubtedly saved their lives. But bad weather had beaten the team back to One Ton Depot, 72 long miles away. At this point, Scott ordered that each man should be given the means to end their suffering, and Wilson dutifully handed every man 30 opium tablets each. It was now that Titus Oates made his famous selfless sacrifice. He had begged to be left in his tent to die, but the others had steadfastly refused. Another blizzard raged, and as the wind ripped savagely at their tiny tent, Oates raised himself painfully to his frostbitten feet. "I'm just going outside, and maybe some time." With these words, the brave soldier staggered from the tent, never to be seen again. All hope had now disappeared. The 3 men had no oil, barely 2 days' food, and the appalling blizzard had not abated. Scott himself now had a badly frostbitten right foot, which he knew, even if by some miracle they did make it to One Ton Depot, would have to be amputated. Wilson and Bowers were very near to death. Wilson's moving last letter was to his beloved parents.
Look forward earnestly to the day when we shall all be together in the hereafter. It is according to God's will and all for the best. I have had a very happy life, and I look forward to a very happy life in the hereafter.
On March the 29th, 1912, Robert Falcon Scott made what he thought would be his last entry in his diary. It speaks volume for the strength and sheer force of will which Scott possessed, that in fact he completed no less than 12 more letters. All were in a legible hand, all were clear-minded and coherent. He wrote to the mothers of Oates and Bowers, and to Wilson's wife, to naval colleagues, and of course to his much-loved wife Kathleen. But it is his remarkable message to the public which perhaps encapsulates Scott as a man. For my own sake, I do not regret this journey which has shown that Englishmen can endure hardships, help one another, and meet death with as great a fortitude as ever in the past. We took risks, we knew we took them. Things have come out against us, and therefore we have no cause for complaint, but how to the will of Providence, determined still to do our best to the last. The dead men were found on 12th of November 1912. It was the surgeon, Atkinson, who was first to the tent, now virtually buried in the deep white snow. Petty Officer Williamson, one of the search party, wrote later, Commander Scott's face was very pinched and his hands, I should say, had been terribly frostbitten. Never again in my life do I want to behold the sights we have just seen. The sad party built a cairn over the remains of Robert Scott and his men and sang Onward Christian Soldiers, Scott's favourite hymn. A little later, an inscription was carved on a cross high on the hill overlooking Hut Point at Cape Evans. For Robert Falcon Scott, it was surely the perfect epitaph. To strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
I think he has received a bad press to some extent. He's still viewed very much as the person who failed to get to the pole first, rather than someone who was a pioneer in Antarctic science. And for that, I think it's rather unfortunate, really.
They made a preliminary first step along the direction of the research we do today, if only for the basic mapping that they did. The mapping of the continent is a fairly basic part of any research. They began that process that's carried on to this day.
Well, if it wasn't for Scott's expedition to the Antarctic, then people like me wouldn't have the opportunity to be working as an atmospheric chemist in Antarctica today. You know, Scott opened a door to the world's most natural environment that we have.
The Antarctic, the coldest, most desolate environment on Earth. Temperatures here can drop to 100 degrees below zero. Winds can reach 200 miles per hour. No other continent is as inhospitable. In 1900, apart from parts of its coast, it remained utterly unknown. But the turn of the 20th century was to see attention turn to this final land frontier. European nations began to launch expeditions to explore this mysterious southern land. It was a time when successful explorers could become national celebrities. And for a certain type of man, the challenge of exploration proved irresistible. One such man was Ernest Shackleton.
Antarctica is a huge landmass, 1.5 times the size of the United States of America, and 99% of this enormous landmass is covered by ice.
The lowest surface temperature recorded on the planet, minus 89.2 centigrade, was on Antarctica. So it is a decidedly uncomfortable climate. The weather, there's a hell of a lot of it, and it can change quickly.
Born on the 18th of February 1874, Ernest Henry Shackleton spent his early years in the tranquil surroundings of Ireland's County Kildare, before his Anglo-Irish family moved to England when he was 10. His father Henry, originally a farmer, set up as a doctor in Sydenham, south of London. As a schoolboy at nearby Dulwich College, young Ernest hardly seemed destined for greatness.
He seemed rather bored by formal education at this time. He certainly wasn't inspired by education at Dulwich College. He was not certainly not a violent schoolboy, but we see him not afraid of the rough and tumble of school life in this period.
According to the early accounts of him by one of his sisters, he used to read a tremendous amount of romantic boys' literature. The Boy's Own Paper, very popular amongst the youth of that time. In fact, I think I can just about remember it myself. And it was full of exciting stories. I think this is the sort of thing that triggered the idea in Shackleton's mind as a young boy. He was a great reader of romance.
Ernest had already begun to feel the call of the sea, and after leaving Dulwich at the earliest possible opportunity, he joined the Merchant Navy. On the 19th of April 1890, he set off from Liverpool on his first voyage on the clipper Houghton Tower. He was 16.
The ship was a windjammer type, which took him on a fabulous voyage around Cape Horn and then up the Pacific coast of South America to Chile, where they had to unload and load up with various goods and take them all back to England again. It was a pretty routine trip.
He claimed in later life that he'd rounded Cape Horn for the first time in a blizzard and that he'd felt a call to the south. The Antarctic offered Shackleton a way out of the rigorous, monotonous life of the merchant seaman and an opportunity for advancement and fame.
He was soon to get the chance to follow his dream. The golden age of polar exploration was beginning. In the north, the legendary Fridtjof Nansen reached a record position of 86 degrees north in 1895. Pressure grew for a British expedition, and it fell to the president of the Royal Geographical Society, Sir Clements Markham, to organise the National Antarctic Expedition. Its main aim, to reach the South Pole. To lead the team, Markham appointed a 32-year-old naval lieutenant who would become forever associated with the Antarctic, Robert Falcon Scott. When Ernest Shackleton heard of the plan, he seized the moment. Using his already formidable persuasive powers, he secured a place on the expedition. On the 6th of August 1901, they left for the south.
Yes, the journey from Britain to the Antarctic was a long and difficult sea voyage, but not particularly arduous by the standards of seafaring in those days. Remember, the ship was basically under sail. That was cheaper than coal, and you didn't have to worry about taking vast amounts of coal. But remember also that many of these ships were built for navigation in ice. So you don't do very well for a keel. Anything like that's likely to be knocked off or damaged when you're navigating through ice. So the phrase is sort of built like a bathtub and wallow like a pig.
After sailing into Antarctic waters on Discovery, the expedition established base at McMurdo Sound in the Ross Sea. After camping for the winter, the three men chosen to head for the South Pole set off on the 2nd of November 1902. Robert Scott, Dr. Edward Wilson and Ernest Shackleton with sledges and dogs. It was a nightmare journey.
Their equipment and organisation was inadequate to the task. The diet was inadequate. They were undoubtedly suffering from scurvy by the end of the expedition. Their clothing was inadequate, not up to combating the rigours of the Antarctic environment, the intense wind, the cold, the changes in temperature. Their use of polar transport was very poor. They had a team of 19 dogs and 5 sledges, but instead of dividing the dogs between the sledges, they simply harnessed the 5 sledges in a relay and left the 19 dogs to ride off at the front, and of course made very little progress. They were amateurs in Antarctic exploration, and it showed in the relative lack of progress they made towards the South Pole.
Profound differences in personality between Scott and Shackleton also came to the fore.
Here were two young, ambitious seamen, both drawn to the Antarctic through the opportunity for advancement and fame. And I think Scott felt threatened by the energy, enthusiasm and charm of this young naval seaman who was very popular. He got on people's nerves as well. And I think that when Shackleton became ill during the march south, Scott allowed the animosity that had developed towards Shackleton to come out, and he wasn't a good leader at that point. He had to be taken aside by Wilson and told to lay off Shackleton, as Scott had criticised him. Scott didn't help matters, of course, by calling Shackleton famously at one point, referring to him as a bloody fool. And Shackleton, of course, turned round and said, well, you're the biggest bloody fool of all of us. And Scott, with his strict naval discipline, found the expression of such sentiments as this almost mutinous.
On the 30th of December, having reached only 82 degrees south, Scott made the decision to halt and turn back while they still had a chance.
By now, the dogs were practically reduced to nothing because they were badly fed, underfed, and the conditions were not good, in fact very bad, and Shackleton began to show signs of physical distress. He started to cough blood. Also, he had a dicky heart, which he hadn't admitted to when he set out from London. In fact, I don't think he had a medical, if I remember rightly. So nobody knew about this dicky heart. Anyhow, what with one thing and another, it all ended up with his having to sit on the sledge for a while Scott and Wilson pulled the sledge along.
5 weeks of indescribable difficulty later, the three men reached base at McMurdo Sound, starving, exhausted and diseased, but alive.
At that time, a relief ship had arrived in the morning. So Scott thought this was a good opportunity to send the invalids back. And with Shackleton having coughed blood and generally not seeming too good, Scott thought he'd better give him a medical, so he got Curtis, the doctor, to give him a medical, and suggested to Curtis that he, if anything, on the negative side, and get Shackleton sent home. And that's what happened.
This may as well have been influenced by Scott's investment in mounting a Royal Naval expedition. And I don't think it helped Shackleton's cause the fact that he was a member of the Merchant Navy. And so Scott, in his eagerness to promote a Royal Naval Antarctic expedition, was not too upset to see a merchant seaman sent home. But that said, I think undoubtedly Shackleton was extremely ill.
Back in Britain, Shackleton decided not to return to the Merchant Navy, and instead tried his hand at a number of ventures, including a spell as a journalist, a period as head of the Royal Scottish Geographical Society, and even politics, when he stood as a candidate in the 1906 election. But none of these activities appeared to wholly satisfy his Irish adventurous spirit. Even marriage to an old friend of his sister, Emily Dorman, in April 1904, and the birth of a son and daughter could not tame his desire to return to the Antarctic.
We see him drifting, trying his hand at different things, and the Antarctic offered Shackleton an opportunity for advancement, an opportunity for fame. Certainly as well there was the motivation that he had been tarred slightly with the brush of failure after being sent home early from Scott's first expedition, and he was eager to get back and prove himself in the arena of Antarctic exploration after the perceived slight of being sent home from Scott's first expedition.
Wanting to go back to the Antarctic, it's by no means a Shackleton thing. Many persons have done this and made quite a career in Arctic and Antarctic exploration. Now, basically, a man can't do everything, and those are two places where specialized knowledge, specialized techniques are very valuable. And from personal experience, I can say they're truly fascinating and amazing places. They don't necessarily appeal to everyone, but in polar exploration, there's plenty of recidivists. Shackleton was but one.
In February 1907, he announced that he had raised the funds to launch his own independent trek south, the British Antarctic expedition. Again, the aim was the pole, and after setting sail on the 30th of July 1907 in a sealing ship, Nimrod, the British Antarctic expedition reached McMurdo Sound at the end of January 1908. After a winter of experiments and preparations, Shackleton set off for the pole on the 29th of October 1908 with colleagues Jansen Boyd Adams, Frank Wild, and Dr. Eric Marshall, taking with them not dogs, but Manchurian ponies.
Both Scott and Shackleton's experience on the Discovery expedition had prejudiced them against the use of dogs in polar exploration. I think in many ways this was a result of their ignorance. They weren't experienced dog drivers and they had tremendous difficulty handling the dogs. So for Shackleton, dogs were merely more trouble than they were worth.
Ponies, some expeditions had tried them. They proved themselves reasonably useful in the Arctic, crossing sea ice in places in Franz Josef, but really with ascending crevassed glaciers, when they've got a hoof to try to get traction, they prove themselves really quite inefficient. Pony snowshoes were made. They helped to some extent, but not on the ice. Tragically, I suppose one could say, the greatest contribution the ponies made was by their meat for the dogs.
Initially, their progress was good, and within 4 weeks they had passed the furthest point south reached by the Scott expedition, and by Christmas Day they were just 250 miles from the pole. But now blizzards intervened, preventing any travel at all on some days. As 1909 began, Shackleton realized that their goal would remain out of reach. On the 9th of January, they planted the Union Jack and photographed themselves at the furthest south attained by man. By Shackleton's own calculations, they were just 97 miles from the pole.
Shackleton's decision to turn back when 97 miles from the South Pole has, I think, to stand as possibly the greatest decision in the history of polar exploration. I think if they'd gone on to the pole, and Shackleton himself was certainly driven, they would have died. They would have starved on the return journey.
The calculation on how much food they had, that they'd reach the pole but starve on the way back, was the essential part. And on the return journey, just before they got back to the base camp, they had bad weather and very close to did starve. Those were quite finely done calculations.
They may have failed to reach the pole, but their achievement in getting so close was undeniable. The British public certainly agreed. Overnight, Shackleton became a national hero. Feted by society on his return to England in June 1909, he became Sir Ernest Shackleton by the end of the year. Parliament voted him £20,000 to help clear the expedition's debts. Shackleton produced a best-selling book describing his Antarctic adventures, and he lectured to packed houses on the subject all over Europe. For one man, however, Sir Ernest's new celebrity was galling. That man was Robert Scott. Before Nimrod set sail in 1908, Scott had insisted to Shackleton that he make his Antarctic base away from McMurdo Sound. Scott was already planning his own next trip south, and he felt that since it was his 1902 expedition that discovered McMurdo Sound, he had the right to be the next to use it. Shackleton reluctantly agreed, but, as we have seen, used the base anyway.
Shackleton certainly did not want to land and make Hut Point and McMurdo Sound his base camp. He did not want to break the promise that he had made to Scott that he would not use the old Discovery base camp on his expedition. But he was forced to change his mind by the ice conditions he encountered. He sailed along in the hope of finding a base camp on King Edward VII Land, but unfortunately the Ross Ice Shelf had changed considerably in the few years since the departure of the Discovery in 1904, and the area of land which he had hoped to make his base camp on simply wasn't there anymore. He sailed around looking for an alternative base camp. He then thought that he should maybe return to McMurdo Sound. He didn't want to. He waited 48 hours, but eventually I think he was faced with little choice, either to camp at McMurdo Sound or to abandon the expedition. And he was also placed under considerable pressure by the captain of the ship, Captain England, who was very concerned with the safety of the ship and urged him strongly to go to McMurdo Sound and make his base camp at the old Discovery base camp.
But in those Edwardian days, the concept of a gentleman's word being his bond was still paramount. Scott and Shackleton would never meet privately again. When Scott's next attempt at his goal began in 1910, he felt confident the prize would be his. Scott's expedition is now, of course, the stuff of legend. He did indeed reach the pole in January 1912, only to find a black flag flying there, left by the team of Roald Amundsen, an experienced explorer. There can be few British folk unfamiliar with how the ailing Captain Lawrence Oates left his tent to die in the hope that it would save his colleagues. A hope that was, of course, forlorn. When the legend of Scott of the Antarctic began to form, Shackleton began to yearn for the South once more.
Many people who travel to the Antarctic talk of the spell that this wonderful natural environment casts over them. And they say that when they return home, they forget the hardships that were involved in living in the Antarctic and remember only the beauty, the sense of awe and wonder at nature's majesty that they felt in the Antarctic. Well, we should also remember another reason people explore is because it isn't here. The Antarctic offered Shackleton an escape from the monotony and the mundane reality of daily life. And I think if there is an obsession, it was an obsession to live again in this wonderful, majestic natural environment with its opportunities of adventure and excitement.
At the very end of 1913, Shackleton announced a new expedition to the Antarctic and immediately began preparations. His plan was daring. He intended to make a crossing of the Antarctic continent via the South Pole itself. On one ship, he would sail into the icy Weddell Sea to set up base at Wasel Bay. At the same time, another ship would enter the Ross Sea to berth at the familiar McMurdo Sound. A land party would then head towards the pole, laying depots of provisions. Shackleton would then march to the pole from Wasel Bay, taking dogs this time, before returning by the depot route to McMurdo Sound. By the summer of 1914, he had the men and the resources to depart, including the ships Aurora, which would carry the depot team, and Polaris, a 300-ton barkentine built for a Norwegian expedition that never took place. Shackleton renamed it Endurance, after his family motto, "By endurance I conquer." It was to be an appropriate name. By August 1914, Shackleton was ready to depart. But events far beyond his control now threatened the expedition. Europe was on the point of war,
I think if the war had broken out during the preparations for the expedition, there was a very good chance that Shackleton himself might have decided to put the expedition on hold and get involved in the war. But the fact that the preparations were so advanced that the Endurance was on the point of departure, indeed had departed by the time Britain actually entered the war, swung the balance towards the continuation of the expedition.
Endurance had sailed on the way to the Antarctic and the war began. Shackleton offered his ship, everybody aboard, and everything for the war effort if needed. And one of these excellent signals that he should proceed was received. At those days, at the beginning of the war, it was thought it would not last very long. 1914 to 18 was a lot longer, and they emerged from Elephant Island still finding it in full swing, if I can put it that way, and many men subsequently enlisted.
By November, Shackleton and the Endurance were docked at South Georgia, a desolate southern island inhabited only by the hardy whalers of the southern seas. They were now out of wireless contact with the world and its war. When they left the island on the 8th of December, they cut their ties with civilization completely and headed into the Weddell Sea on the first stage of their journey, where they would have to negotiate the perils of pack ice.
Pack ice is a particular problem on the frozen sea, Arctic and Antarctic. Seawater itself freezes at minus 1.8 centigrades, but as well as the ice, you actually get saltwater brine in it. And as distinct from freshwater ice, it's resilient, it's almost bouncy. You can hit it and bounce off. Trying to get your way through it with explosives won't work. Ordinary freshwater ice, as you know, on the surface of ponds is brittle. So you've got something that is strong and resilient, and you're trying to hit it and break through. A lot of energy doesn't get you very far. Now, as the winter develops, it gets thicker and thicker. The cold on the surface is freezing the sea beneath. That's all right if it's more or less flat and in level and an area with no currents and not much wind. But Endurance was in the Weddell Sea. Here you have the Weddell Sea gyre circulating. And at the northwest side, it all reaches the land and various islands and rafts up above itself. Sections of the ice rise above each other in the pressure, force over it, and 1 meter might become 2 meters or more thick. You'll find big ridges rising in this area, effectively the mills of ice.
Despite the ice, Endurance sailed on south throughout December. Christmas was celebrated merrily, and optimism was high. The day before Christmas, the second ship, Aurora, sailed south from Tasmania into the Ross Sea. The expedition was proceeding as planned. But early in the new year came the first signs of trouble. Endurance spent 5 days immobilized in the pack ice. By January the 10th, they were back on course, and the crew soon had their first sight of the Antarctic coast. Soon, they were within 60 miles of their destination. Then, on the 19th of January 1915, the ice closed around Endurance once more. This time, it would not release its grip.
I think the negotiation of pack ice is always a gamble. It's always risky. And I'm not sure there was much they could have done to avoid the Endurance being trapped in the ice. It was bad luck.
I think in that particularly difficult sea ice year with 1914 technology, there was nothing they could have done. There were ice saws, long metal blades which cut through the ice and would try to lead the ship out, or to make a clear area long enough for the ship to get up full speed and hit the ice at the end of it. These were all tried but were unsuccessful. And ferrying it, poling it, a system of sallying ship, where all the men are on the port and the order go to starboard and they're running backwards and forwards trying to move it and wriggle out of the ice. Virtually everything was tried. And with the ice in that exceptionally difficult year, I think we can say with hindsight, there was no hope.
Shackleton and his men could do nothing but wait on the ship. But as days turned into weeks, it became clear that the expedition was in real trouble. By the end of February, the feeble Antarctic summer had already passed, and Shackleton accepted the inevitable in his diary. The temperatures were very low both day and night, but as the pack was freezing solidly around the ship, I could no longer doubt that the Endurance was bound for the winter. The dark Antarctic midwinter would last until the end of July, and there would be no hope of escape before then. With their fate utterly unknown to a preoccupied outside world, Endurance continued its miserable drift north. The hope now was that the ice would soon release the Endurance. Instead, it was about to crush it.
The ship was basically twisted. Her planks were sprung, she was filling with water. The pressure remained. The ice in various places came through the hull. So you had a doomed ship, largely full of water, but still effectively, I will say, on the surface rather than afloat, because she was held up by the ice.
October the 27th, 1915, saw the fateful order given to abandon the Endurance. After retrieving as much as they could from the stricken vessel, including the precious lifeboats, the team of men made camp as best they could on the ice. Without a ship, in the middle of the sea, Shackleton informed the men of his intentions with inspirational simplicity. "So now, we'll go home," he announced. It was easier said than done.
They were in a desperate situation, and looking back, the situation looks almost hopeless. But Shackleton's gift was for inspiring leadership, for inspiring the men around him to believe in the goal that he had set. And this was essential to keep away the lack of spirits, the bad morale, which otherwise would have destroyed the expedition. It perhaps at that stage, what wasn't so important as the realisability of his plans was the fact that he had set a goal which could keep the crew motivated.
Shackleton first proposed marching over the ice to the land. With the ice drifting north, a march west would, he hoped, bring them to Graham Land on the Antarctic Peninsula. 3 days after abandoning Endurance, they began to move. Teams of dogs and men pulling what they could on sledges, including the lifeboats. It was a short journey. Marching and pulling in soft snow without skis, their progress was virtually nil. After 2 days, Shackleton called a halt.
When they started to try to move off across the ice to the next camp, taking the boats to get to the ice edge, they didn't get very far. Travelling conditions were far more severe than expected, and they had 2 methods of travel. On the ice, the boats were on the sledges. Later on, the sledges might have been on the boats as necessary. But with all the pressure ridges and the nature of the ice, this was extremely hard work. They didn't get very far before they set up the next camp and gave that trekking up as not worth the effort. And from there they were able to return to the ship. And remember, you've got quite a substantial shipwreck. Plenty of firewood from that.
Endurance finally sank on the 21st of November. For the next 4 months, Shackleton and his men remained on the drifting ice. For food, they killed seal and penguin whenever they could. That they were able to eat any fresh meat at least kept the dreaded scurvy at bay. For drinking water, they had the sea ice, which is naturally purged of salt. For washing, they had virtually nothing. They grew filthier by the day. Shackleton knew that, in their desperate situation, the needs of the mind were as important as the needs of the body.
He realised they were in a desperate situation, and he realised that one of his key roles as leader of the expedition was to keep morale high, to keep setting goals, to keep the men focused, to try and keep spirits up. Because if people became demoralised, discontent would spread, and it was likely that the expedition would then fail and the consequences could have been disastrous.
Having drifted 1,000 miles north since Endurance was trapped, the ice was now, at last, beginning to break apart. On the 9th of April 1916, with the floes breaking up all around them, they took to the boats.
The situation was desperate when the crew set off in the 3 boats. There was still meat and seal meat, but this was getting very monotonous. A very desperate situation was faced. Morale was beginning to, must have been coming under pressure, and the prospect of spending the Antarctic winter on the ice would have been a terrible one to confront.
3 flimsy vessels on some of the toughest seas on the planet, powered only by oars and makeshift sail. It was to be a tortuous journey. The conditions were appalling.
Boils, the beginnings of frostbite. Many of the men suffered from dysentery, from eating uncooked dog meat pemmican, and they had to relieve themselves over the side of the boats. Hunger, terrible thirst. Shackleton himself is said to have gone 100 hours without sleeping during this boat journey. And Frank Wilde later wrote that he thought when they arrived at Elephant Island that half of the crew were insane.
7 days after launching, they arrived at Elephant Island, a barren outpost of rock and ice 20 miles long. With fresh water available at last, the men were almost delirious, as Shackleton noted. Some of the men were reeling about the beach, as if intoxicated. They were laughing uproariously, picking up stones and letting handfuls of pebbles trickle between their fingers like miners over hoarded gold. Despite their achievement, Shackleton knew their difficulties were far from over. Although there was fresh water to drink and birds and seals to eat, they had arrived at a place where no one would ever think of looking for them. Indeed, they were Elephant Island's first visitors for 86 years. They would have to go to sea again, and, because of the direction of the winds, their only chance was to head for South Georgia, the whaling island where they knew they would find relief. It was 800 miles away.
In the circumstances, it was the best chance of getting rescue, but it was hardly a good chance. The things in their favour, the wind and the currents go in the direction of South Georgia. Indeed, an enormous amount of wind and an enormous amount of current and sea conditions go that way. And the island is well placed. If you consider it a sort of new moon shape, they were aiming for it for the southwestern coast, which is, as far as the island goes, a reasonably large object. It's still difficult navigation, but anywhere on that coast is more attainable than, for instance, the South Sandwich Islands, South Shetland Islands, or other islands that don't present such a favourable aspect to the wind and currents.
Reckoning that it wasn't worth all the men risking the journey to South Georgia, a party of 6 was assembled. Shackleton himself, Worsley, Vincent the boatswain, Second Officer Tom Crean, Seaman Timothy McCarthy and McNeish. On the 24th of April, they put to sea once more, leaving behind the men whose survival now depended on them.
They'd done the best for preparing her. She was well ballasted with rocks, stones from the beach on Elephant Island on which the men had to sleep, which was hardly comfortable. There were sleeping bags there. They slowly became sodden, of course. The decks, she was decked over with what materials they had and items from the other boats and covered with canvas. But she leaked. She was 8.23 meters long and going through some of the most tempestuous oceans on the planet.
By the 7th of May, they were within 100 miles of land. But Shackleton now had to make a decision on which the lives of all were to depend. Worsley's intention was to approach South Georgia's western side before heading across the northern coast to the whaling stations. With their position not entirely certain, however, Shackleton feared that the wind would carry them past the island's west and out into open ocean and certain doom. He insisted on a slight change of course to the east. It was a crucial decision. The next day, they arrived at the uninhabited southern coast of South Georgia, and with mighty seamanship in the teeth of a hurricane, the James Caird came to rest in a small cove at King Haakon Bay. It was the 10th of May, 1916. Shackleton's judgment had saved their lives. Exhausted, the 6 men took time to recover from their 17-day voyage, but all knew that they would somehow have to make contact with the whalers on the north of the island. By sea, it was a journey of 150 miles, and it was doubtful whether their boat would survive the trip. Instead, Shackleton decided to make the journey overland, over the utterly uncharted South Georgian interior.
I suppose, bearing in mind what we now know about the difficulty of crossing the island, he might have reconsidered. But his map of South Georgia was woefully inadequate. It was reasonable for the shores, but there were no contours or nothing indicating any situation in the chart of the fact that it had mountains approaching 3,000 meters in it. He had insufficient knowledge of. Mind you, he soon found out.
They moved the James Caird up to the end of King Haakon Bay and turned it upside down for shelter. McNeish, Vincent and McCarthy would stay there, while the other 3 would attempt to cross the mountains and glaciers of the island to find assistance. Profoundly ill-equipped for such a journey, they set off nonetheless in the early morning of the 19th of May. To save weight, they took no sleeping bags.
Having surmounted the boat journey from Elephant Island to South Georgia, I think they must have thought, we're so close now. We're so close to success, to saving our comrades, our companions left behind on the island, that it drove them through and on to make this journey that had never been made before across the mountains to the whaling station.
With the weather remarkably favourable, they pressed on hour after hour. But when they encountered the 5 pinnacles of the Trident mountain ridge, their progress slowed. Of the 4 passes through the ridge, the first led to a 2,000-foot precipice, and the second proved utterly inaccessible. When they looked over the 3rd pass, they had to make a decision. With time running out, they decided to chance the slope on the other side, by toboggan.
I think they had no choice. They certainly couldn't have survived a night out on the mountainside in tattered clothes with no sleeping bags. And tired as they were, climbers will tell you that climbing down is the time that often mistakes are made when you're not concentrating as hard. Well, given the conditions that these men had endured over the last 2 weeks, they certainly were in no fit state to negotiate a very difficult descent. So in some ways we can see this mad toboggan ride as an act of impetuosity, but in another way it may have been a more sensible decision to say, yes, we just at this stage, a difficult descent would be even more of a danger, and we must now just throw caution to the wind and go for it.
They dropped 1,500 feet in 3 minutes before stopping. They were all safe, but they were still only halfway there. At 6:30 on the second morning, after just 5 minutes of rest, they found themselves on another ridge when they heard a noise. It sounded like a steam whistle. When they heard it again at 7, they knew. It was a whistle, summoning the men of the whaling station to their day's work. Overjoyed, they shook each other's hands. They had heard sound created by other men. Their determination was redoubled. Nothing would stop them now. Not even a 500-foot descent of fearsome blue ice, which they negotiated by cutting steps. After 18 months, 1,000 miles of drifting endurance, 1,000 miles adrift on the ice, the 3-boat journey to Elephant Island, the 800-mile trip to South Georgia, followed by the first ever crossing of the island, they came across their first external human company, 2 young boys. Soon, though, the 3 men located the station manager, Thoralf Sørle, and revealed their identities to the astonished Norwegian, who immediately set to providing for their needs. A steaming hot bath, a shave, clean clothes, and mountainous quantities of food were laid on. As they sat at dinner, the 3 explorers related their amazing tale. Grimly, they were also informed of the events of the Great War.
It's easy, given the drama of the journey, to ignore the tremendous sense of shock and disjuncture which news of the First World War must have brought Shackleton when he arrived at the whaling station. News of submarine warfare, of the use of poison gas, of war in the air. This was a world transformed by the greatest conflict that had yet been staged in human history.
I might add that when one is in the Antarctic, you might consider the isolation could cause things to become a little strange. But when you are living in the Antarctic and listening to the radio and the things the rest of the world does to itself, you wonder who's gone mad. I suspect they thought the world had gone mad then.
The 3 men at King Haakon Bay were quickly picked up by a transport ship from the whaling station. The Elephant Island group were also rescued, but only after 3 attempts to reach them were thwarted by ice.
I think the leadership that Shackleton showed in all of the 4 expeditions he was involved was significant. Endurance, of course, it was put to the hardest test. To keep everyone together with various problems, there was virtually mutiny on one occasion and difficulties of this nature, kept them together, remained on good terms with many, maintained a command, and got the party for which he was responsible all out alive and in very difficult circumstances, is a major tribute.
It was a source of genuine pride for him. He had proved himself a leader of men. By January 1922, Sir Ernest Shackleton was back in the south. He now had plans to circumnavigate the Antarctic continent. He simply couldn't stay away. This time, however, it was not to be. On the 7th of January 1922, back on South Georgia, he suffered a heart attack and died. He was 47. On the 5th of March 1922, Sir Ernest Henry Shackleton was buried on South Georgia, a location utterly fitting in death for the man who had survived so much in life.
I think everybody liked him. Everybody liked him. To have lived with him, it would have been quite impossible, of course, but he was a great man, Shackleton.
I think in normal circumstances, Shackleton was probably quite annoying, rather full of himself, always wanting to be the centre of attention. However, if you were in a tight spot, I don't think there's anyone you'd rather have had with you.